Is that too bright? Is it better when I come over here? Hey, Hopi, you're a good boy. I've got to find some scissors. Oh, let me just use this. I'm distracted as well. Yeah. So, I bought a thing. Because this is my current easel. And I know it's really hard to see. Can I zoom out any more than that? Not really. Kind of push it back. Yeah, so that's my current easel. And like, you know, I've had it for ages. It wasn't like the cheapest one or anything. My grandma got it for my birthday a long time ago. And, oh, showing all those pages, is it? Ah! Maybe I should leave that open. It's not too bad, it's just not my stuff, so. Yeah. Trouble is, the little leather latch thingy is, like it's missing a screw, or the screw's kind of loose, and so to latch it up is a pain. And getting it to stop, yeah, it wobbles a bit. So like it's done okay, but there's issues with it, and then in terms of like how far you couldn't bring it out. And then the top thing, when I was at my studio at Valgalla, the top thing would sort of hit the roof of where I was working. Now that had a low ceiling, so it's not really a problem here, but it was one of those kind of annoying things. Anyway, so like it's okay, still does the thing, but I've been wanting a new easel for ages. And then today, just put it there, hey? So I was out with my brother. Oh, Hope, you want to leave? Sorry. There you go. Whew, getting a little bit hot. So I was out with my brother. And now I'm not in front of the nice little light. I just feel like I need to get close to be able to talk properly and not have you turn up the volume so loud. But yeah, no, I've been having kind of a miserable time, and so my brother, the not disabled one, who doesn't live with us anymore, he took me out, and you know, we did some shopping, and we weren't actually looking for anything at the art shop, but you know, we were looking for something else for his girlfriend, and it turned out they had a sale on, and so I did a good job not buying any canvases, because like we already went to Bunnings, and I already got, you know, some cheap canvases to try and convince myself to do more art, which I really need to get back into again. But yeah, no. And then we walked into and found this in the echo sleeves. And I think I will have to just like bring you closer to see the thing, because that picture is terrible. Let me just take you off the tripod for a moment. I'm sorry, it's going to be shaky for a bit. It's a fancy pants easel. And so if you did my little quiz thing, there's all the little things that it's about. I hope it's showing the right direction, because for me it's showing in a mirror. But anyway, if you answered my quiz or were looking at my quiz, that is originally it's like $989, but I got it for $365, and like just seeing it there, and it has like all the features, and it was like the display one was really easy to use. So yeah, that's what that was about. A really good deal. And now I've had my retail therapy and I'm gonna try and open it and put it together. So, so much noise around this place. Yeah, I mean, like there's other stuff that I bought. Some of it's in here, but it's not as interesting as this. So gonna open it, I'm gonna try and put it together and hopefully I don't fail. But yeah, no, retail therapy, that sort of dopamine hit of getting a good deal and just buying stuff and, you know, getting something that I kind of needed. And if I build it okay, I'll show you some of the features and why it's better than this one. Now, I think I'll still keep this one and I can use it as a display or use it when I'm drawing artwork. So it's probably good to have two anyway. But now I got the fancy pants one. And also, when I looked it up later, it's actually their, usually at full price would be their fourth most expensive easel, and the only ones that were pricier. The main differences were the shelf configuration is different. God, this house is noisy. They have wheels, and I think that's the main thing. There was maybe one other thing. Oh, just the size of the artworks that they can hold, and like the easel itself for the next one up was like 18 kilograms, whereas this is like 10 or 11 kilograms. My brother could carry it for me. If it was any bigger than that, oh my God. Anyway, let me just let my dog back in. You coming, Hopi? No? Okay, never mind. Never mind. All right, let me just check that I got all these things right. Yes, okay, let's open the thing. You can see this arrow, that's where the ticket was showing the discount. Anyway, what's the best way to do this without hurting myself? Probably. And yeah, I know I've got like other stuff to show you, but it's taken me so long to actually get around to that. Maybe I should just unbox everything I buy live rather than trying to do, I don't know. The other thing is like though, with some stuff, in terms of doing like a review, I kind of have to use things for a bit and try things on and whatever first. But you know, unboxing I can do live, that's fine, right? If anyone gives a shit. Ah! Try not to destroy everything, oh my God. It's too big this way. That's better. Can I pull it out that way? Yes, okay, maybe that's the go. That's the go. Ah! Ah! So I don't know what that is. Oh my God, we've got more bubble wrap. Instructions. Good, good, good. Is that it? Foam. Yay, we got all the things. Okay, So, turn on another light. Instructions. That's the same stuff that was on the box, I think. Oh, sorry, that glare is terrible. It's so hard to do stuff. Care instructions. It's important. I've got to check that I've got all the parts. Hopefully that's fine. It'd suck to do a live stream and then how to put it together. And thing. Cool. Winsor & Newton's a good brand for art stuff, I think, as well. So let me figure that out, and maybe this is the ASMR portion where I struggle to do things and then maybe swear a little bit. All right, so blah, 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 blah. Do I need to read this out? Or can you just like look at the picture? We can read it at the end if you care. All right, so parts included. I'm gonna find all these things. Two. What is that? B. Yes, that's B. C. And D, we need 3. Good, good, good. Okay. Hope, are you coming back? Come on. Good boy. Oh my god, what's this? Oh, it's the tag. Okay, so one of the bits is already connected. So that's that bit, that's that bit. That's that, that's that, that's that. Okay, I have all the bits. Assembly instructions. Oh, it's getting hot. But you can leave your hat on. Okay, we need this one first. I said I was going to do it ASMR style, and I'm absolutely not doing it that way. Well, that's really clever. So, 2, we've got to get the A things. Nani? Okay. I got it. And then this side. that direction. Okay, and then let me just split it. Okay, which way? It's facing. You want to go out, Hoopy? Okay, okay, okay. Okay. I gotta do it this way. Yeah. And then it goes on. Does it matter? Is it upside down if I do one way rather than the other? Yes, okay. Let's try not to embarrass myself. Okay. Okay, I think I've got this. Oh my god, I'm scared. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is probably one of those like two-person job. Oh. Okay. And then I think that's the right way. And then we gotta put, what is that? What? This bit? Piece 4, is it? Piece 4. Yes, okay. So where's C? In where? Oh, turn it around first. Or maybe I'll just go on the other side of it. Okay, now it makes more sense. C. died yet. That's a good sign. B. What? No, I'm doing it right. Oh, the design is actually kind of clever, so it's hard for me to screw it up by the looks of things. Okay, so that's that, and then back to the other side. Back to this side. Visual polynomial will want me to do. And it wants this thing, and I've got to get D, a couple of D ones. That way. Oh, that's kind of clever. Oh, cool, it does. And then, I know it's getting a little bit too tall to see what's happening. Hang on. Hey! Sorry, I missed the chat because I'm concentrating, but... Okay. And then, this way. And then I've got to put a thing in the back. There. Cool. Yeah, Hopi, come. He's going in and out. Aren't you? What do you think, Hopi? It looks good, huh? I think that's done. Alright, so, tricky thing is how do I show you all the things it can do and why it's exciting? Alright, a little bit tricky, but I'll do my best. I think these ones control like whether it's like how high it is, and this one controls the tilt. Uh-oh, I'm falling apart. Hang on. I didn't put it on tight enough. Or maybe I put it the wrong way. I did. Let's see. tighter. Okay, but if you loosen it, I keep breaking that bit. I'll figure out if I did something wrong there. I don't think I did though. It feels like it's just like not quite big enough. Or else I'm being too timid and not doing it tight enough. I'm putting it on the right way. That's weird. Okay, but yeah, so it can go like, that's a ridiculous range of motion that it's got. What do you think, Hopey? So you can have like a stupid number of angles to do your art with. And then like, if you lift it up as well, it can also go like heaps forward. And so that's like pretty awesome. And I'm short though, so we'll keep it low for the moment. I also don't want it to take up like too much space. Yay! Now that lifts up. Sorry, I don't think you can see very well, but it's got this bit. So like the little height thingy can lift up, and then it's got this bit which can lift up, and so it's like super adjustable, and it's so sturdy. It's so much sturdier than my other one. So yeah, I've got fancy square one and my old triangle easel. So yay! And like I said, I don't remember how much this one cost because, you know, my grandma bought it for me and that was like a long time ago. So inflation, whatever. There are similar ones on the website for like, I don't know, it depends on like how good the quality is. But this one, originally almost $1,000 and I got it for less than 400, which is a pretty damn good deal. And it's got even like a fancy shelf and stuff like that. So, oh, I need to change the angle a little bit. This way. Throw my head in a bit. Yeah. And then I can put my canvases on it. Yay. And it's all fancy, so that's what I spent me money on. And that didn't take me nearly as long to build as I thought it was going to. That was pretty simple. So what do I do now? What time is it? It's only 8 o'clock. Oh shit. Well, so where will I put this in the meantime? It can stay in the background for now. But yeah. And now I've got heaps more bubble wrap. I guess I could just pop bubble wrap. I'm really bad with this whole being a YouTube thing. Okay, well, I do need to sort of pack things up a little bit, or should I read the thing? I will read the thing for you guys, like it's a storyteller. Is that, oh, because I've got that light there, it's a little bit awkward. So it's the Winsor & Newton Hamilton easel, designed for watercolor, pastel, or oil painting. I will just do acrylic. Acrylic's kind of like water anyway. I think it's technically plastic, but whatever. Handcrafted from FSC seasoned beechwood. Now, at the shop, they did tell me they have like a darker version. And when I looked it up on their website afterwards, it's like this sort of dark stained kind of one. And it looks nice, but it looks so fancy and posh. Whereas like the whole point of an easel, you can see on my old one, all the colors, right, from me actually painting it. I don't want it to look fancy. I want it to look like something that I can get messy. So I'm glad I got the light colored one. The light colored one, because if I'd gotten the dark colored one, I'd probably feel a bit like, oh, it looks so nice though, I don't want to get it messy. Whereas this, yeah, fine, good. But yeah, the seasoned beechwood, I don't know anything about different types of wood, so whatever, but apparently it's like from ethical forests or something. Twice coated with premium varnish for a smooth finish, brass coated fittings, forward tilt for glare reduction or pastel work, which I'm not that level of artist that I would probably use that. Are you okay, Hoopy? You want to escape? You see what I mean? He's in and out. Stay there, babe. Where am I up to? Backward tilt to form a table for watercolor or to apply gesso varnish. And I talked to the guys in the shop, and like if I wanted to turn it into a proper table, I probably could just get like a piece of wood, lay it down, and use it a bit like a desk. But I do have my desk already, so I would only do that if I needed like a bigger surface and needed to chuck a big bit of wood on it, but I don't want to weigh it down with anything too heavy either. So, because it's an easel, it's not a table. But yeah, you can do fun stuff like that. I could use it as a drawing table. Why not? All in one kind of thing. Where are we up to? Water gesso varnish. I wonder if the gesso varnish thing is it, because if you don't make it flat, it might spread in a weird way. I don't know if any of you are like arty types who know more about paint than me, but maybe that's a thing. You want it to be even. Fully adjustable painting tray and retractable mast. Handy storage shelf, which is the bottom bit. Now, on the more expensive ones on the website, there were 3 that were more expensive. Instead of this huge bottom shelf, they had a shelf attached to the bottom of where the paint, where the canvas goes. And so you can put like your paint brushes and stuff in there. And yes, that's handy, but I got more space. And you know, I probably need like a little table with all my art stuff anyway. I haven't really figured out how I'm going to do that. Maybe I need to buy like a little tray. Anyway, yeah, and so apart from the shelf, they also have, they can hold bigger paintings, like ridiculously large paintings, and they have wheels. And I can kind of see the use for wheels, especially when the easels get heavier, but for me, it's fine. Folds flat for easy storage. So I think that's like if you saw me building it, that middle bit can just pop up and then I can push it flat against the wall. But I like looking at it now, so I'll leave it like that for the moment. Holds canvas up to 155 centimeters. And then it's got the dimensions and the weight. Ta-da. Care instructions is basically just like, okay, well, the interesting part, the wood on your easel has been carefully dried, retaining just enough moisture for your easel to acclimatize to the relative humidity. Due to its natural composition, parts of your easel may expand or contract depending on the levels of humidity in your home or studio. This will not affect your easel's quality or strength, which is good because the window is still kind of broken in here, so humidity is going to fluctuate a bit more than the rest of the house until that gets fixed, which is in the process. But avoid placing your easel directly in front of heaters or fireplaces. Avoid exposing to continuous sunlight. Remove abrasive particles from the surface of your easel by dusting with a lightly moistened cloth. And yeah, then it's just like the guarantee. It's got a 12 months guarantee. Fun. Okay, so that's that. Ow, my knees hurt from kneeling too long. Look at all this rubbish. A, B, C, D things. Just check them out. Yeah, okay, I guess I can just leave it there, really. Fold it. Oh, that's cool. gonna put that somewhere. Should I keep it or should I break it up? I'm gonna break it up and chuck it out. It's just like, foam takes up so much space, but because it's kind of battered. Hey Hopi, what do you think? What do you think? Yeah, he's a bit scared. Are you running away? What is it? It's quite light, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know, like, how do I compress it so that it doesn't take up so much space in my rubbish? Is there any way? Styrofoam, for fuck's sake. Alright, it's just gonna take up space. At least I can break it up. No, I do need to break it into small bits. Fuck's sake. Alright, come closer. Let's do it ASMR style. Fuck it. Fuck it. Let's do some styrofoam. Is this working? Hang on. Oops. Oh! The chat wasn't working properly. To do some big paintings. Oh yeah! Spray paint styrofoam and watch it melt. Oh, does that happen? I do have a big canvas. I've had this around for ages. That's better. Oops, I need to get that out of the way. There we go. Oh no, now I'm stuck. Help. Chat's working. I can see it now. Hello. Konnichiwa. Yeah, well, now we're up to the ASMR part of the thing. So come closer and let's destroy some foam, guys. Sorry. I suppose I could also show you other stuff I've been buying recently and save myself the trouble of having to make a video, but hang on, let me get rid of my dog. Hey, do you want to escape? Okay. He'll be back. Oh, he's like Arnie. Anyway, so, whoops. Oh, I'll just come a bit closer. No, further. Yes, maybe. How was that angle? Okay, let's break up some foam so that it goes in here a bit more nicely. Ah! And hopefully it doesn't stick to me. So like, my godmother keeps telling me I should do ASMR stuff. The thing is, like, I can't shut up. And then also as a heavy metal vocalist, it's too tempting to make crazy noises. I cannot help myself, so that's a thing. Anyway, at least I got like the actual sensible unboxing bit done at the start of the live stream, so anyone who watches it on replay will actually see that part. And then the rest of it turns into me doing stupid shit. But yeah, I really did need today. My mood has still been pretty rocky since the Xena thing. Especially I had therapy yesterday, and my therapist, you know, saw my psychology notes that I'd written about all that, and yeah, the static electricity is mad on this. But yeah, so I had to talk to her about it, and then because the roof leak happened, I was up really late that night, and so yeah, seeing my psychologist, I was too tired to like, you know, just not be emotional and not get all screwed up again. And then of course my psychologist can't really do anything for me. She even asked, like, because I told her I quit the psychiatrist, which I still need to tell you the story about the psychiatrist. But yeah, so she did ask, like, you know, what do you think of these sessions? And I said, well, I don't really know if like anything's helping, but I don't know what else to do. It gives me something to get out of the house for, because a lot of the time I only leave the house either to walk my dog or to go to appointments. And I do need to try and get out more. And like, you know, I go to the appointment, but then afterwards sometimes I go and do other things, because then I'm already out of the house and I might as well, oh my god, look at this. Oh. Anyway, yeah, so I might as well keep doing things. So like, it kind of helps in that sort of weird indirect way. But yeah, she can't really do anything to help. So I talk about like all these difficult topics, and then I'm pretty upset and just feel heavy the rest of the day. And yeah, just my mood's been crap. And then I did the whole thing of like reaching out to my godmother and to my brother, and they've been pretty good about, should I put gloves on for this? Shit. Oh my god. But yeah, so I went to the little old ladies cafe with my godmother, and I had a day out with my brother today, and he was really good. Like, you know, he took me to shops to get things. So another thing I got, I can show you this today, but it won't make sense until I show you the rest of stuff that I got. Hello, a dryer sheet might help with the static electricity. Yeah, I don't know, just like if I wear gloves, then it'll stick to the gloves instead of me, right? Is that a solid theory? Should I try it? Don't use dryers. I don't even really know what you mean by a dryer sheet. That's true. We do have dryers, but like, is it a particular kind of dryer? I mean, let me go and get gloves and we'll test that theory. Give me a moment or two or three. We'll see. Meow. I'm okay, nothing happened. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Hello. It's not always hot, but like our idea of hot versus cold is probably different to you. Now, here's living with a disabled person. There are gloves everywhere all the time. These ones are from the kitchen. I don't know if Mum actually uses them for any kitchen stuff, but there's also some in his room because he still wears nappies. No socks is going out. Should I be facing this way so that I'm lit up better, because I got the softbox light over there? Oh, and then the light. It's so hard with like my lighting situation. If it's above 10 degrees, it's hot, really? I gotta say, when I hear about like heat waves in Europe and then it turns out it was only in the 30s, I'm like, really? But apparently like heat waves and the way people deal with it is more to do with what you're used to rather than like the actual temperature. So here, cold is anything under 20 degrees. So today I think was probably around 19. The last few days has been cold by Sydney, Aussie standards. Now it does get colder up the Blue Mountains and the Snowy Mountains, we're very creative with the way we name places. It's either like an Aboriginal name or like a description or some old colonist name. That's how we name stuff. There is my favorite ever radio traffic report was there's a peacock walking up Tumble Down Dick Hill. I kid you not, that's a real traffic report that happened once. This angle is a little bit harder for me to see the camera from, I gotta say. Look, see, it is sticking to the gloves, but at least it's not sticking to me, right? I'm gonna switch back to the other way. Oh my god, oh my god. Look, there's stuff flying everywhere. I'm gonna have to vacuum after I do this. Ah! 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 Oh no, I'm making it worse! Oh, fuck's sake. And it's like flying around and then sticking to me. Oh my god. So stick to me, not the carpet. Come on. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Come on. Try not to make it worse. Oh my god. Oh my god, Becky. Look at her butt. She looks like one of those rap guys' girlfriends. Foam, you're so annoying. I can't believe what a big mess I've created for myself with this. I'm sorry if I missed any chats, because now I can't touch the phone screen because I'm wearing gloves, and so if I miss them, I won't be able to see anything until the next chat comes through. Yeah, that's a little bit easier. Yeah, anyway. The peacock thing. Walking up Tumble Down Dick Hill. Got that one memorized because I was like, are you serious? That's actually a place. But yeah, apparently. Of course, I don't know if like everything is true. So like there's a suburb called Manly. And when I was a kid, I was told it was called Manly because when the settlers turned up, they thought the local people looked very manly. Which does sound like a bit of bullshit, doesn't it? Oh my god. Anyway, yeah, so I've had a rough few days. And I did, like when I was out with my godmother, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that day I was doing a little bit better, but then, yeah, having that late night because of the... I'm making it work. Oh my god, okay, I'll just like pop everything and then I'll deal with the chaos later. But yeah, that staying up late trying to figure out, you know, what was going on and things. You know, the light is working in here now, as you can see. So the light in that middle room where the leak was is still not working, and we're keeping that off because we don't want to short out everything. But everything else is safe and everything else is on, so that's cool. I'm making a big mess. I can't believe how I should have just left it alone. I should have just shoved it out in the outdoor bin and not made this big mess for myself. Why am I like this? Oh my god, oh no. Okay, maybe go for slightly bigger chunks. Maybe if I pick up the foam with my foot, I won't spread as much. Hey, how's that? How's that? Can't get this one. 2 feet. Now it's on my foot. Oh no. Oh, far out. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh, it's all sticking to... Can I like pick up the stuff down here, or am I just going to ruin everything? No, okay, never mind. Oh no! Oh no, I'm covered in foam now. Ah! This is a terrible idea. have I done? Oh, no. Okay. Let's take those off and hopefully I won't get too much sticking to me. Oh no. Oh no, how do I fix this problem? Oh. Ah! Help! What have I done? Okay, I don't know if I missed any chats. Let me just have a look. Oh, hello. Where are we up to? What are you gonna paint? My lotto win. I'm going to paint it into existence. It's 40 million. For Powerball. Minus 36. Fuck off. Does your godmother tell you only Jesus can save you? No. I'm sure she won't mind me telling this story, but apparently she got called into the principal's office and, you know, my grandparents got called up because she did like shadow bunny ears on the Pope or something, you know, back when they had the projectors and stuff. And when he heard that, my grandpa started laughing. So no, godmother, okay, godmother more in the sense of being like a fairy godmother rather than a religious godmother. She's gonna turn me into a hand model. How do you like my hands, guys? I'm pretty sure I do have like blemishes though. And you have to be like really steady with your hands to hold a pose for a long time. And I don't know anything about nail care. I've actually got a chipped nail right now. I don't know if you can see it. Oh my god, what a mess I have created. Yeah, so she's gonna be my agent. Wait, did I miss something? So this is how snow is made. A little bit of water will neutralize the static. Oh good, I was just saying like if Mad Simple said that I wouldn't trust you, but it's Soul Scribe Chronicler, so a bit of water. How do I make that work though? Livestream toenail painting. No, the ants can deal with that. The ants got all my toenails. Oh, look at this. Okay. Oh my god, and now it's on the other side of my pants. At this point, I should probably just strip. Far out. But yeah, I don't know how would I do water to make this, you know, like work for my current predicament. Oh, it's probably the most snow we're gonna get in Sydney for a while. Oh, look at all this. I love when I get like great ideas. Tomorrow's cleaning day though, so at least I'll vacuum in here and be all set for band session on Monday. Bridget, just make your hands damp. Oh, okay. If I licked my hand, well, now it sticks to my hand because I licked it. You want to see me cleaning up? Tap water, probably. Huh? Well, we've got to do everything the hard way here, don't we? Did I hear Hope trying to get in again? Hope, you don't want to come in while there's this big mess, okay? Trust me, babe, otherwise it's going to stick to you too. I don't know if it's harder to get out of fur. Is there any on my butt? Is that foam? No, that's just extra rubbish. I can't actually see if there's any on my butt, but let me sort all this out as best I can. God, it's sticking to the outside of the bin. Hey, Hopi, don't come in, babe. Don't come in. Oh my god, did it just fly onto my arm? Did it fly into my hair? I don't even know. Come on. Far out. It's like one bit wouldn't come up. Okay, hang on, let me just check I don't have any on my bum. There's a bit on my shirt. Is there any on the back of my shirt? Can you even see? Probably not so much. Is there any on the back of my shirt? Can I see in the camera? Doesn't look like it. Hey, okay. Now I've got more on my leg though. Oh my god. Why? Fuck's sake. And I still can't see. I think your butt is free of styrofoam. Can't see white things on a white shirt. It's actually grey, but do you like? See? I don't only wear black. Yeah, no, so I actually haven't had dinner yet because we had these like massive burgers. And you know, like in advertising material, when they advertise burgers, they always look kind of huge and artsy. And it's sort of like, you know, they've pinned all the ingredients in place because no burger ever looks like that, especially like, you know, McDonald's stuff. But no, these ones actually look like how they looked in their marketing pictures and Instagram pictures, and they're just like huge. So I skipped breakfast because I knew we were going and I knew they were big, but I didn't realize they were that big. And so, yeah, it's like past 8 p.m. and I still haven't had dinner because I'm just kind of that full. Like, I probably will need to have a snack. But yeah. Yeah, so Monday, it's Saturday, we're not that far ahead. Monday is music day. Monday is when we do the band stuff. We've got, I think, 5 or 6 songs now. Oh my god, it's worse over this side. So, you know, we're chugging along. I think, you know, probably, how many months are left in this year? Yeah, we won't get gigging by the end of the year, but next year, I'm sure we'll be able to get, like, some gigs and get that all happening. So that's cool. Hopefully that'll, you know, like, especially once we get out on stage and then I can get some adrenaline in me, and hopefully that'll help with some of the anhedonia. Really though, I do need a lottery win because, like, you know, I was talking to my brother today and I can talk to him about stuff, and, you know, he's so tolerant. Just the contrast between how he treats me and how my parents treat me is like huge. And so I can really see how I ended up this way because, oh my god, there's people partying outside. I think, what, it's Saturday night, so they must be doing Halloween type shit. I don't know if you can hear that. I almost bought a fancy microphone to vlog with. Almost. But, you know. And that was before I ate as well. What's my costume this year? I don't do the Halloween thing. The only time I've done the Halloween thing is when I worked at Hallowscream as a scare actor. Hallowscream's on right now. They never did auditions in the end, and I've been able to get some inside gossip about some of the organizational stuff, and so it's not been run by the same people who did it in previous years, and I think it shows already because they've hired performers who like already have an act outside of Hallowscream, whereas before they used to get people to be more specific characters. And there's only one maze this year, and it's a really long maze, but on the social media I can see where the entrance is, and then I've heard reports about where the exit is, so I can kind of imagine where it is. And I know that location because I've been there, and it's like not wiggly. It's kind of like a straight line, and it would, like, you might be able to get a few twists and turns, but not really. And it's like, I don't know what it's like on the inside. I'm trying to, like, I keep checking YouTube and social media to see if anyone's posted videos of what it's like inside, but I just wonder how it went. And also the problem with having a really long maze is if people get stuck. Like, even with the short mazes that we had, and this was the same when I did that one at the Easter show, the guys who like were really dodgy. All those kinds of mazes, like, you get groups going at different speeds, and so sometimes the fast groups will catch up to the slow groups, and you get a bit of a bottleneck, which is really hard as an actor to deal with because you've got to try and keep pushing them along. And then also, if you get too many people coming, if you're further down the maze where they've all caught up to each other, then you have a stream of people, so certain jump scares don't work because they can already see you, and so you've got to find different strategies to keep scaring people along. But yeah, so you can imagine in a really, really, really long maze, you have a lot more opportunity for people to catch up. And yeah, I just wonder. And someone posted on social media that, like, they queued up for 40 minutes and they didn't find it scary. And were pretty disappointed compared to last year. I didn't do last year either, but that was run by the same organizers as previously, and so it would have been roughly the same kind of vibe. And that was always, like, quite successful, but this time people are like, So it'll be interesting to see the feedback as it comes in. Now I probably wouldn't have done the acting this year because, like, since the whole schizoid thing and the glass child thing and figuring out my life, like, my mental health, I've really struggled because previously I had denial on my side, and denial exists for a reason. And now I don't have it, and so everything that's painful is painful again. So yeah, I wasn't going to do it this year anyway, but I am still curious because I did like the times that I did it, especially the first time. A lot of people hate the company I work for. I've seen jokes about people turning up with the MyGov email. So our government agencies, like, when they send you a message, they send you an email that just says you have a new message in your MyGov inbox, and they don't tell you anything else. You have to log in to find out what it is. And sometimes, like, one time, for me, a lot of the Centrelink stuff comes through there, and I kind of have Centrelink PTSD at this point. Every time they send me something, I'm like, oh God, what is it now that they're going to screw up? But then one time it was just like a thing saying, hey, you should be an organ donor. And I'm like, fuck off. And it's also like, I find it kind of tactless. I mean, obviously the system doesn't know that I have mental illness and that I don't want to be on this earth, but it is a bit like, give us your organs. And I don't know, sometimes I think I've said this before, is sometimes I think, like, if they provided me with, like, euthanasia, in, like, early euthanasia, and in return I just let them have my organs, I would probably sign up for that, because then I'd get a nice, chill medical death, and yeah, fine, take it. But if they're not going to give me that nice way out, nah, fuck you. I'm not going to contribute to society in that way. What's your favorite organ? I don't really play the organ, but the church ones are pretty epic. The church that we had this really huge one, but I don't think anyone ever really played it. I know there's one at Town Hall that's pretty full on. It's deeply annoying to get those you have a message emails. Yeah, and now, like, the scammers will try and send ones like that, but they'll include a link. That's not how it works. You're supposed to log into MyGov the separate way, but they'll try and get people to click a link, and so they try and steal your MyGov details that way. God, the amount of effort, though, that scammers put into this stuff, it's like they could just get a real job. But I know, like, some of them have been kidnapped and are being forced into the work, so that's a bit different. I don't need a church organ. No, I'm just doing like bullshit word association puns and stuff. Haha, punny. But you know, like someone somewhere wants a church organ. And there's more puns to be made there if you think about like all the abuse in the church. So, like, there's layers of pun there. Can you appreciate the brilliance of that, guys? Oh, I'm getting close to almost having this solved. And there's like little mini bits as well. God damn it. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, no. So I've been pretty like depressed, and some of the stuff I talked to my brother about got pretty dark, but he handles it pretty well, and he doesn't like get mad at me for saying that I don't want to be here and stuff like that. And yeah, like he's like, you know, he's really come a long way, and he's really like sensitive to just like what I need basically. And so he's like telling me like, you know, if you need to do this more often, we can do that. And like, you know, mostly he's free on the weekends because, you know, he works full time. But you know, he also said like at night, if you want to go for a drive, late night Macca's run and stuff like that. And like, because of, yeah, I'm sorry. It's the truth though. Like, this is the stuff that I go through, and I put on like the, you know, when I'm able to, I can just look like this and seem fine. And so people don't know how badly I'm doing. And I think he was a bit shocked with some of the stuff I was saying. But it's good for someone in the family to know that I am doing that badly, because they don't, you know, like they give a shit, but they kind of don't, and they make me feel bad about it. So I can't really talk to my parents about it. And, you know, I can just see the contrast in how I'm being treated by them versus my brother. But yeah, so like, you know, my instinct is to keep everything to myself, and I've done that forever. But I can kind of see how that's not healthy. Like, it's hard because being here, you know, kind of, I developed this way of being to deal with the situation. And, you know, last year I was trying different things because the psychologist last year was actually trying like schema therapy, and like maybe I'm not being assertive enough. And so I was raising issues, but it just turned into more conflict. And like the frustrating thing is, I'll come up with an idea. This is like a lifelong pattern I realized, is I'll come up with an idea and they'll get mad at me for it. And then, you know, some period of time later, they do the same thing. Like everything from me reading at the dinner table. Well, like, it's not like we're having conversations anyway. They watch the news and now they scroll their phones as well. But back then I was the rude one, and no one's ever apologized to me for like being too hard on me. The things about like not going to church, I was the first one to stop going to church. Now no one goes to church, but I got in trouble for that. And, you know, the whole thing about, you know, buying nice clothes for my brother and sort of parading him in front of me, like, because you don't come to church, don't get this. There was all that kind of shit. No one has ever apologized for putting the pressure on me like that, but now no one goes to church. You know what I mean? Like, because I did something first, it's wrong. Did another bit of foam just jump on me, or was that just an artifact on the camera? Am I imagining things? But yeah, no, there's shit like that where I've done something, I've gotten in trouble, and then soon enough, everyone else is doing the same thing anyway, and no one thinks maybe we were too hard on her. Like this sort of double standard bullshit. So I don't know why I was talking about that. That was one of the things we talked about today, though. Yeah. I feel a lot safer talking to my brother than talking to my parents, because he doesn't get mad at me for this shit. I'm just imagining, yeah. Look, I can see all these tiny bits. I'm definitely gonna have to vacuum in here, because I don't want it to get into my music yet. Oh shit, there was one. I wasn't imagining, it just fell next to my bum. Hell knows there might be more on my bum now. Yeah. No, life is not fair, and that's why I need to made it real with my mind powers. I wouldn't recommend a vacuum for ASMR, but what if it's heavy metal ASMR and the whole point is to frustrate the shit out of you? I've got to stop making them into tiny pieces because that just makes it worse. We are getting close to having this this situation sorted. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I need to win the lotto. I need life to like throw me something good for a change, because, you know, I sort of realized I was kind of set up to fail from the beginning. Heavy metal. I don't even know. I don't even really understand ASMR. Oh dear. Oh, goodness me. Okay, I think we got all the biggest bits. And then it's up to tomorrow me to vacuum it. Right. Oh. Maybe I should like tie this bag up as well and just like get rid of it so it's not floating around forever and ever. Amen. Should I put like something on top of it for a bit? What have I got that I can use to squash things down? I don't know. Maybe we'll just take a chance that I'll do it right, and then we can let Hope back in. And then I think Mikey's still awake, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow before I can... Sorry, I think he's gone to bed, so I'm going to have to wait till tomorrow before I can put a new bag in. Oh my god, some of them are escaping. No. No, don't do that. Don't do that. You horrible, horrible things. Okay, how do I manage that then? Oh no! Don't you dare! Is that another one that's escaped? No. Oh, it's just a dent in the side of the thing. Okay. Let's try and get some of the air out. Okay. No, don't expand again, you piece of shit. Oh my god. Do you have to? Do you have to? What? How did you get there? Oh my god, stop sticking to me. I don't consent. Go away. And they're like, but we didn't get consent. We didn't consent to being torn apart. Yeah, but you're not human, so... Oh my god. Did we do it? Are there any escaped? Okay, I think we're good. Okay. That looks like a tiny bit. Okay. And then I'll just like take that out later. I'm gonna bring down the tripod a bit. Oh, is that one flying around? Why did I do that? I'm not gonna do that again. Okay, please excuse me while I muck with the tripod. Hey, look, doesn't it look good? I'm gonna figure out where I'm gonna put it so that I can vacuum tomorrow. Okay, sorry. Boink. Is that a better height? That's a better height. Now knock over the bin by accident. Hi, Clara. Wait, which Clara? You have to say something. I think I saw one near your knee. Is that one? Oh, piece of... Oh, they're escaping through a tiny hole. Okay. I think they're all right. Okay, now I'm getting cold now that I'm not building the thing anymore. I might just turn off the light over there because the shadow is kind of distracting him. Let me grab all these things. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't give you any warning that was going to happen. I don't know how much like rattling comes through on the thing. But yeah, I haven't had dinner, but I'm still kind of not hungry. Maybe I'll just like snack. I haven't had my tea though. I like to have chamomile tea. I don't know, maybe when I feel like the parents have gone to bed, we can go and make tea together. And maybe get a snack together, and then this will turn into some kind of weird food ASMR. What is that? That's probably some of the tape, I reckon, from earlier in the stream. Oh, yeah, anyway, do you coat your canvas with liquid white? Do you mean like gesso? I think they're kind of usually like pre-primed, triple primed. Primed. I don't know how much primed, but like, look, the thing is, the art that I make, like, isn't that fancy? I'm kind of just mucking around still at this point, so I'm not too concerned with like doing things right. And then a lot of like the shit that I do isn't right anyway. I do things my way. Yeah, it's not like I'm selling stuff really. I have sold like one art. Oh no, I've sold a few bits of artwork actually. But not much. Like I'm not out there selling heaps of stuff. It's just like someone wants to buy something. Okay, great. Here, have this painting. Now I hope the paintings last long enough. Some of it'll be how people care for them though. But yeah, like I'm not trying to have something that lasts for like hundreds of years, and it's not like I'm selling stuff for a lot of money. Sorry, I'm just getting a bit distracted by that looks a bit better. I don't think the picture changed really. It's just like how it's sitting in the stand. Oh my god, Anyway, no, where's my water? Yeah, so that's the stuff and things about that. Oh, how much battery do I have? Oh, 57%, that's all right. Yeah, no, like I'm not trying to be like a Van Gogh, Da Vinci, whatever. Like if my stuff doesn't last 100 years, well, I'll be dead, so who cares? Also, there's the internet now. Oh my god, is that another bit of tape? I'm trying to open the box. Oh my god, really? Sorry. And I got heaps more bubble wrap now. Maybe I should pop bubble wrap while I'm sitting around here. Because, like, what am I going to do with that? You know, like, what can I put in that I'm going to ship to someone? Or there's no space for anything. So, yeah. We will pop this one while I'm sitting here. Very long sausage. Yeah, but you don't ship it in bubble wrap. I'm not making sausages. The rest of it might be useful though. A snake. Oh, I saw this like, you know, the Cursed AI group on Facebook. Someone posted a thing a while ago where it was like AI making sandwiches, and at first, come back down here a bit. At first, the sandwiches umbrella. I've got no reason to ship anyone an umbrella though. It's too late. I'm already popping the thing. Democracy sausage. I was going to talk about voting. Hey. What was I talking about? Who did you vote for? No, it wasn't a who thing. It was a referendum. So it was about the Constitution, and it didn't get changed. Constitution is very hard to pass in Australia, like constitutional change. Yeah. Okay. Kangaroos are a pest in some areas, and, you know, good age. California, I think, probably started it, but like chunks of America have banned kangaroo leather, because all the poor kangaroos, but like they breed really fast and there's so many of them, and so then they eat all the grass and whatever, and then they die of starvation. So if you don't shoot them and put them out of their misery quickly, because you let the population numbers go mad, they're going to suffer more. Better to just shoot them and get it over with. And then, yeah, use them for things like kangaroo meat and leather instead of just meat. There's not enough. And like, because they're wild as well, like no one farms kangaroo. That's what I mean. No one farms kangaroo. Like, these are wild, free-range kangaroos, and they just explode in population. Yeah. Apparently it's quite healthy to eat, like the meat. Been a while since I tried any. Is it meat? Yeah, so like it's been a while since I tried the kangaroo meat. But yeah, it's meant to be pretty healthy. You can get it in a few places, like even in the supermarket these days. I don't know, like, if anyone farms it overseas. I know there are kangaroos in some other places because people have imported them, but yeah, because like they're bouncing around all the time, so it's not like there's heaps of fat or anything, and they're not being fed, you know, steroids or anything. It's just how they are. And so like the culling program is like pretty strict as well, whereas, you know, if you don't have that professional culling program, like it's one of the few ways you can actually shoot a gun in Australia legally, is controlling kangaroo population. I'm biting but yeah, no, the Americans have to get all sensitive about it. Because it's iconic and all that. That's how my bucket list. Yeah. I will say, don't waste your time eating crocodile, because it's kind of just chewy and it doesn't really taste like anything. Like just the sauce is what you taste, not the crocodile itself. Yeah, eat kangaroo. Don't waste your time with crocodile. I had a crocodile pizza once. And yeah, so I can say I've eaten crocodile, but I wouldn't recommend it. Kangaroo for sure. Koalas are horrible animals. I have sent you, have you watched ostrich? We have emus here. Someone got trampled by an emu, I think at the zoo, like one of the keepers, or someone who was like whippersnipping in their enclosure. He had to run away. But no, koalas, so mad simple. I keep sending you that clip. Z Frank, Real Facts About Marsupials. Have you watched it yet? Wouldn't eat a koala without it getting tested first. Yes, exactly. Because they're full of STDs, chlamydia. Koalas are horrible animals. And they're not very intelligent. There's also like one of those copy-paste things on Reddit or whatever it circulates around, which goes into more detail about why koalas are shit animals. Yeah, so koalas, and like they're really dumb, and they rape each other as well. I didn't get your koala video because I haven't. What? No, in the it was one of the community posts. I'm pretty sure I replied with the Real Facts About Marsupials. So go and look up Z Frank, Real Facts About Marsupials, or just write Real Facts About Marsupials. Chances are his video will come up. And it starts off with like kangaroos and fucking wombats and stuff. And then it ends on the koalas and it tells you some of that. But yeah, like koalas are very rapey. And they kind of like just knock each other out of trees, and apparently like when their teeth wear out, instead of like growing a second pair of teeth or having like those teeth that are just constantly growing, they kind of just like wear out their teeth and then they can't eat anything and so they die. Yeah, good job, koalas. And I don't think they're that cute. They have an annoying looking nose. I don't know what's going on with that. Drawings of koalas are much cuter than the real koalas are. And of course, koalas because they're related to the drop bear as well. Like, that's another point against them, because you don't need that when you're out on a bushwalk. Yeah, so koalas are a shit animal. Maybe they were actually in a simulation. What about the platypus though? Now that is not a real animal. And when they first sent it over to like back to the UK, people thought it was a hoax because it's such a stupid combination of bits. Are you implying I'm a koala? Do you have STDs? Oh dear. Yeah, like, and you know, they've got like platypuses have like poison spurs or like venom in there. They can scratch you up. And man, bear, pig is real. I don't know what that. I don't know what that means. Half the time I don't know what you're on about, Mad Simple. At least you're kind of entertaining though. Oh, so you know that short that I made about like the people trying to be friends with me after they've watched my Schizoid videos, right? So like at least you're funny. But I get these people, they'll message me on Facebook. South Park. Oh, okay, I don't watch South Park. I only watch it when I feel like it. The platypus is like a teacher's example, and the koala is what the kids are. Yeah, maybe. Platypus is pretty crazy, but yeah. No, where's Mad Simple's one? I don't know if Mad Simple went off to look at the Z Frank thing, but I would recommend it. Maybe I'll post it somewhere. But yeah. No, so there's these people who will message me on Facebook through my artist page, and they will do exactly what Pikachu did in that short and be like, oh, I like your vlogs about Schizoid, you're so relatable, can we be friends? And I'm just like, what part of Schizoid did you not get? And also, they don't tell me anything about them. So it's like this random person I don't know is just turning up, like even if I wasn't Schizoid, this random person just turns up and says, let's be friends. And it's like, do you really think I'm going to say yes to that, Schizoid or not? But they've literally just watched videos where I've said, I don't like being social. And then they do that. So that's what that was about. But yeah, like, I think I warn you guys a lot about parasocial stuff. Because, yeah, some people like, and YouTubers encourage this, right? Because they want you to think that you're their friend, because then you develop a sense of loyalty to them, and then they can make more money out of you. I mean, you could have just tagged me. Tagged you where? Maybe it's like the collect people and you can be their Schizoid friends. You can be, oh my god. Yeah. I don't know, people on the internet are weird. Like, I guess some of them are really lonely, but yeah, a lot of the YouTubers will try and like make you feel like you're their friend, because they just want you to watch more and buy all their stuff and give them money. So yeah, like I warned about that parasocial stuff, but it's the ones that really frustrate me are the ones who like just say, hey, let's be friends, and have no awareness of the situation or how weird that is socially. Kind of reminds me of like the people at school who were really lonely. You know, the kinds of people who are so desperate for friendship that they'll just grab it wherever they can find it, and it's sort of like you come across as super desperate. I'm gonna try and keep up with all your... Oh, they collect, yeah. Yeah, no, so, was I talking about the South Park thing? I only watch, what is that, Scribe, Chronicler. One of them could have been rich, though. No one who has that poor sense of logic has a job that's high paying enough to be rich. These are like not quite special needs, but almost. Is that Hopi? Or am I imagining it? Yeah, South Park, I only watch when there's like you know the Ginger and the Whinger, what is the name? Prince Harry and what's the girl? That one, like I saw a report about it and I was like, I gotta track that down, and so I managed to watch that. I've watched snippets of like the Scientology one, I think snippets of the Mormonism one. That one, yeah, that chick. I haven't heard anything about them in a while. Might be partly because I've been avoiding the news where I can. Bit hard in this house where the news is always on, but sometimes I have managed to miss the news. And sometimes I'll look after Mikey rather than watch the news. Yeah, no, I've only watched snippets of South Park. I think when I was younger and like people were raving about it, I didn't really understand stuff because you kind of need to know stuff about the culture. The Simpsons is a little bit easier in the sense that like it, you know, back then like it wasn't really that tied into the culture. So you can have fun with it on a kid level, but you can also have fun with it on an adult level, whereas South Park, you kind of need to know more about the world. So I think that I probably struggle with that. And also the cartoon style is kind of ugly. Not the ugliest, but pretty ugly. Do you send me the koala video because you think and a small brain to body mass ratio? No, I just like, because you've said something that was relevant, and especially the thing about how Aussies go to the toilet. There's a part in that where Z Frank tells you how it really works. It goes quickly though, so pay attention. Sorry, I missed another one. Muhammad. I don't think I watched the Muhammad one. I'm just trying to put that in there. Oh, look, if I can fit that in the little, and try not to get any foam coming out, but it is. Come on, stop doing that. Oh my God. You know, just like plug the hole up with this. Sorry for the distraction, being distracted. Alright, I think I got it. I don't think there's anything floating around me. Yeah. No, mad simple. You're a weird one. YouTube deletes comments with links. Not always, but it might not always notify you because I don't always like reply in a way where the tag shows up. If I reply through Studio, it doesn't usually put an explicit tag for you, so you've just got to hopefully check replies. Usually I'll notice, or like, you know, when I look a few hours later, if the comment's still up, it should still be visible. But the way that YouTube deletes comments is really annoying, and the way that it deletes my own comments, and like with you in particular, Mad Simple, some of the stuff that I've tried to write in reply has not been appropriate because YouTube's bot has no sense of humor. I like that YouTube still lets me say stuff, but it's hard to communicate in text because it just takes things that are benign, or it doesn't understand a joke, and gets upset. At least it's not like Facebook, because like Facebook will ban me for a week if I say the wrong thing or use the wrong keywords, so I have to be more careful, and I don't post on Facebook as much. I have been posting more lately, like privately, so you won't see it unless you're friends with me, which don't try and friend me. I know, man, simple, you tried to add me on Snapchat. I don't use Snapchat that way though. I just use it for the filters. So yeah, that's that. Yeah, sometimes I don't even reply though because I don't know what to reply, and I'm also trying to get better at just not replying to people, because there are some viewers who are a little bit odd, and I don't want to encourage them. I tried to send you a link. Really? Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, no, there's some stuff about that that's annoying. Oh, with Patreon, right? There's apparently this new thing where they have like a chat, which I'm going to assume is their attempt at being like Discord. The problem is they only made it on mobile, and I don't use mobile. And like the Patreon app has been potato since forever. Like I assume they've made it better, but I just haven't turned that feature on because like I'm not gonna look at my phone just to see chats. So yeah. I mean, I know you've been pushing for the Discord thing. I'm a bit like, I could just make like a Facebook group if people really wanted to chat and send me shit like that. Because I'm on Facebook a lot. I don't want to be on like an extra platform. Most people just use Discord. Yeah. But like, okay, so what's the difference between like what's special about Discord? Because last time I only used it once, and that was when those guys were trying to hire a YouTuber and like basically manufacture an influencer, which is really weird. But yeah, so before the interview with them, they had me on their Discord, and it just seemed like a chat room. I already deleted ICQ Messenger. I don't want to join a group though. I don't care. I don't actually care about bonsai that much. But yeah, to me it just looks like a chat. And so like, how do you organize information in that? Does the chat just keep going forever? Because in that, like I could scroll back, like I could scroll way back and see some stuff. Yeah, so like I don't understand the appeal of a big chat room. Like, you know, on Facebook now, in those Facebook groups, they keep trying to get you to join the group chat of the group instead of just posting inside the group. And I'm like, why would I want to do that? Just be in a chat room with a bunch of random people and have the conversation continually going, and then like, you know, I'm offline and then suddenly a whole bunch more chat happens and it's like, how do I catch up? I have to keep scrolling up. That doesn't appeal to me. I like more like the way that Facebook groups work, just in general, way like you make a post and people reply to that post, and then you make another post and people reply to that post, and you can sort of see different threads within it, and you know, people can have little conversations within that instead of trying to talk to people within like this really unstructured thing, like who are you replying to? That just seems really chaotic, and I don't understand why there's such a huge appeal for it. So, you know, I would rather start a Facebook group for my channel than a fucking Discord, if that's how it works. It's like the whole of what internet culture was in the internet stone age. It's like a conversation you jump into. I used forums though. I didn't really do the chat room thing. So maybe that's the difference. Like, you know, we had the instant messengers in school, but that was mostly connecting to school people. So AOL Instant Messenger and MSN Messenger. But then, you know, I got into the RPGing thing and we had a forum. And so it started off with the Animorphs forum, earthisours.com. I don't know what it is these days, whether that even exists anymore. I think maybe someone's squatting on the domain. But anyway, yeah. And then when they stopped running the chat there, we went on to, it's just AOL Instant Messenger, AIM. Yeah, no, we moved on to some other like monster boards thing, and we continued the RPG there. And then when that died, we moved to, it was like one of the PHP boards or pro boards or something. That still exists, I think, I'm pretty sure. And I think I can still log in too and see like that old stuff. I think that's the last one. The last one's the only one that still exists. But yeah, so with that, like, you know, we start a new sort of like discussion to have like the next piece of the storyline, and then we'd add to that in the forum. But then we would also talk on the messenger and sort of like coordinate the story a bit, but we were in charge of our own characters. And then yeah, so it's kind of like that. And so because like I never did the chat room where you just jump in with random people, And even on like MSN and all that, I think you could only like have one-on-one chats. I don't know if there were group chats. I never used it. If there was, mostly just sent nudges where like the whole screen starts shaking until the computer says you've sent too many. You have to wait a while. Uh-oh. But yeah. Has it gone quiet out there? What time is it? 9:20. Maybe we can go out and make some tea in a bit and find something to nibble on. Fucking Dream Elements bot. What was I talking about? But yeah, no, maybe that's because that's my background in the early internet. Maybe that's sort of coloring the way, but I just find it a more intuitive way to organize a conversation instead of just having this running chat of randomness and people jumping from thing to thing. Like, that just seems like chaos. I prefer the more organized way. So way more into the chat rooms, really. That's kind of interesting. I don't think I really knew that chat rooms like the chaos. I don't know if I ever tried it, and I don't know if I really knew that it was a thing. It's like I didn't really know how to find stuff. Just like, the way I found my way into the RPG thing is I was reading Animorphs, and she referenced their website in one of the books, and I was like, I wonder if that's a real website. And then, yeah, sure enough. And I was in high school, and when I could get computer time at school, I'd log into that and post a lot of unhinged stuff initially, and then eventually like a storyline started to develop and had to pick like proper characters and stuff. And then it's when we did the first move to the monster boards and we had to choose an avatar, and I chose like this kind of evil looking one, and then I came up with the whole destroyer. Like, that is where the word destroyer popped into my head. That was kind of a random thing, and it just seemed to fit really well. So that's what happened with that Yahoo chat. Friday. Yeah, I don't know that I use that. I like, early on, all the kids were doing Neopets, and so got into Neopets early. I don't know that we knew how to look up anything. Like, before Google, things like Ask Jeeves. And the main thing we'd always ask is like, hey Jeeves, are you gay? Because back then, that was the funniest thing you could ask Jeeves. Gosh. I'm so old. Oh my god. Let me just have a look and see if we can make some tea. I think we're good, guys. I think we're good. You guys are sleeping on Bing. What? That's Microsoft's one, right? Sorry, I think... Oh, there's just a bit more fluff coming loose. As long as it's not foam in my boot, we're all right. I'm going to make some tea and get a snack. Are you coming? You don't really have a choice. Let me turn this off. We'll make a trip next time. I'm going to take the tripod. Cool kids use DuckDuckGo. Oh my god. Didn't DuckDuckGo have some kind of an issue not that long ago? I haven't really been following that closely. We're just gonna drop off my water bottle in here. Hey, Hopi! He's a bit upset with me because I locked him out for so long. Alright, NordVPN, VPN that all the YouTubers promote. Oh, where's my cup? Hang on, sorry, Hopi, I'm just gonna get my cup. And, right, come on. Now I know you're trolling. Alright, come on guys, let's make some tea and get something to nibble. Are you coming, Hopi? Yeah, guys. This is definitely... I'm gonna have to change the title of this live stream because it's like first I unbox and build stuff and then... Hopi, come on. Let's make some tea. I turned the wrong light on, that's fine. Hello, you've been looking at my mouth for a while. Sponsored by BetterHelp. Okay, so we can't talk too loudly here. I'm sorry, I'm gonna put you down here. Don't look at my crotch. Oh my god, what are you guys doing? Are you serious? That's so rude. Where's my dog? Hope you're alright. I suppose I've got to do his toothbrushing. Do you want to brush your teeth? Hey sweetie, we'll show everyone how to brush your teeth, huh? There's a good spot to put the tripod. Hang on. I'm gonna have to make you tall again. Give me a moment. Hang on, Hopi. I don't know how well you'll be able to see, but... Brush your teeth, Hopi? Yeah? Good boy. Why have you been waiting so long? Are you cold? Do you want a jumper? We'll put your jumper on in a moment as well. Alright, hop up. Happy. Hop up. Hop up. Hop up. 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 You want to pick up? You want to pick? Oh, okay. You can have a pick up. Push it. I'm sorry. Hang on. I got it. Shit, I better pull my teeth. Give me my stay. Stay. Oh my god, you're such a good boy. You are such a good boy. I'll give you a little bit extra for staying, huh? There you go. Alright, now we've got to brush your teeth. You didn't get your toothbrush, so I'm going to do a full brush. I'm sorry, I know the angle isn't great. Bring you a bit closer. Hang on, stay there. Still not a great angle. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. I know. This front one again? Yeah. This one's starting to look a bit dodgy, but yeah, okay. And up the back. Show me. I know, sweetie, I know, it sucks. I know. Alright, other side. Come on. Okay, and this way. Come on. Gotta do the side. Come on. Good boy. Oh, well done. You're such a good boy. Alright, give me a moment. Ew. Yeah. Now, it would be really good, Hopi. I will give you the kangaroo, but it would be really good if you could also eat your toothbrush. Ready, go. Best treats ever, and it's kangaroo. And he's taking away the biscuit instead. I think I get a bit obsessive about washing my hands. But then I usually moisturize them as well, like pretty much every time I wash. I probably won't now because then I've got to actually find my moisturizer. But you know, with the whole hand modeling thing, I was looking up like what it takes, and some of the hand models are so creepy. How many discs of Xena? I'm on disc 3. I could be watching right now instead of live streaming for you. I suppose we can go back to my room though, rather than staying out here. Although I was going to nibble stuff, wasn't I? Yeah, because I washed my hands. Now they do feel kind of dry. I think I'm a bit obsessive in that sense. Alright, what do I do with you now? Hello? Oh, let's have a cup of tea. I'll try and do the finger thing. Are you going to eat it? He's going to eat the thing. Good boy, Opie. Now we've got to take everyone with us. Oh my god. Good boy. Are you going to eat it? Are you? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Is he going to eat it for real? For real? For real? Yeah, what have you got? Are you eating it? Are you? Yes? I know. Good boy. Yeah. What have you got? You gotta chew it, babe. You gotta chew it. Give it a good chew. Chew, chew, chew. Good boy. Chew, chew, chew. Yeah. Yeah. You're gonna do a big chew. Yeah? Come on. Chew, chew, chew. Good job. Well done. You're such a good boy. Yeah, keep going. Do a big chew. You gotta chomp down on it. Yeah. Good boy. Get it. Get it. You can do it. Oh, there's chunks going on, Opie. Come on, you can do it. Chew, 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 chew. Good boy. Oh, you almost got a bit. Yes. Good boy. Yeah. Well done. Yeah. Good job. Keep going. Yeah. Did you do it? Did you do it? Almost. Keep going. Yeah. Good boy. You gotta chomp it. Get it. Good boy. You gotta chew, chew, chew. No? Chew, chew, chew. Get it. You're so close. You're so close, babe. Yeah. 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 Got it? Get it. Good boy. Yeah. Yeah. No. Look, you've almost got a big bit. You've almost got a big bit. You can do it. Then you can have more kangaroo. Yeah. Get it. Get it. Yeah. 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 Look. Yeah. Got it? Is it? Oh my goodness. Get it. Got it? Good boy. Oh, come on. Oh, great. Now my hands are all gross, so I can't touch the tripod. Sorry, I'll be back. Hang on, Ruby. Yeah, I'll put some stuff on it. Hang on. Goodness me, I really want him to eat the toothbrush thing because it's good for his teeth. And then he can have kangaroo if he does. Yeah. Good boy. Yeah. You can do it. Keep going. You got it? Look. Look. Get it. Good boy. Yeah. Yeah. Good job. You can do it. Come on. Come on. You're so close. You're so close. Don't leave it at that. Come on. Look, you want this, don't you? Okay. So, let me find some like dodgy little bits for you. I'm sure there'll be some. Okay. Got it? Yeah, good boy. Keep going. Yeah. That's all you get. Gotta eat it. Otherwise I'm gonna have to throw this one out because it's not really worth it for tomorrow. Come on, yeah, get it. Get it. Look, there's still some in there. Get it. Got it? Got it? Got it? Yeah, good boy. Good boy. You can do it. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Yes, you got it. You got it. Oh my goodness, Dad. No? If you don't eat it tonight, I'm gonna have to throw it out. No? Yeah, because that's been there a few days. Okay, is it alright if I have my tea? And maybe a snack for myself? Alright, I'm giving up on that. Sorry. Hello. Yeah, he loves the kangaroo dog treats. They're the best ones. Usually gets him eating the dental treat, but for the past few days he hasn't, which is kind of frustrating because it means I have to brush his teeth a bit more full on. Watch Xena as soon as I'm done with Gilmore Girls. My mum's watching Gilmore Girls. Bucket list. Yeah, Xena's good. I mean, the CGI is pretty shit by today's standards, but the practical effects are really good and the fight choreography is great. Really creative stuff. Not like, you know, all these CGI characters that just bounce into each other. Where's a schizoid gang? Yes. I mean, do schizoids form gangs? Probably not so much. Yeah. No, I need to find myself a quick snack. And then we could retreat to my room so we can talk a bit louder, maybe. What have we got? Ooh. I was gonna eat some crackers, but I found some pasta, so let's make some pasta. Well, we'll microwave it, but come over here with me, come over here. Look how good you are following, or preempting where I'm about to go. Pasta! Bit healthier than crackers. Uh-oh, I'm destroying everything again. Hope this is for me, not you. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's too hard to make it look appealing. Oh, I probably should have just chucked the whole thing in the microwave. Oh well, that'll do. Quickly eat your toothbrush. See how it goes. I'll see how that goes. Right, so once this is heated up, we'll take it back to my room. I'm also schizoid from Russia. Oh, I think you'll have to comment, and like in Studio it shows people's names differently because I think it's showing like the handles, so maybe I'm a bit confused about which person you are. Greetings from Canada. Wow, we're pretty global, huh? That was you, yeah. Cool. I can't remember what the comment was about. There have been a few coming in. But if I go back to my room, I can look it up on the... We can start our own UN. Oh dear. Oh, EMDR, yeah. Yeah, no, I'm still stuck. I'm still stuck in the situation that made me this way, so... Yeah, that's... You know, even if it does work, it's not really going to help me enough. Yeah, like I could probably make a video about it, but it's just like some of the evidence is a bit iffy. Hang on. I nuked it. Oh, fucking. Oh, I nuked it and I'm just lucky it didn't explode. I've had hot chocolate explode before, so I don't make hot chocolate that way anymore. Now, you need a few more things. Okay, so if I'm going to be a hand model, I need to like present things nicely. So. Should I put a bit of pepper as well? Just a bit. That'll do. I'm not the game enough. Okay. And somehow I have to carry this all back to my room. Maybe I will carry you guys first and come back for this. So, fixing limbic system, not reasoning and stuff. Pep it up. Okay, hang on guys. Let me put you in here. I might take you off the tripod and just put you like in front of the computer. Hang on. Boink. Sorry. Sorry. Alright. I'll be back. I will be back. I'll be back. Alrighty, we're in business. Sometimes Mikey watches the, you know, people eating McDonald's ASMR. Oh shit, I better log into my computer before I put the keyboard away. Hey, so what did I miss? Oh no, we're just talking about EMDR. Yeah, no, there's like... So I'm going to be eating at the same time as talking. The EMDR, it's kind of interesting. And like, you know, some of the biases that the people involved have. So like the people who like it think it's amazing. And then the people who criticize it kind of think it's the opposite. Although they are kind of fair in saying, like, you know, there's things about it that do work. But I think the main contention is the eye movement part. Or like, you know, sometimes people do tapping. You know, that part there's not really any evidence for and can't be proven or something. I don't entirely understand everything. But, you know, the parts that do work are actually parts of more mainstream psychology already. So what they were saying is something like, what's new in EMDR doesn't work, and what works in EMDR isn't new. But it does sound like it's not an approach that's used enough, perhaps. And it does seem to have some evidence for PTSD, but maybe there's some debate about exactly what aspect of it works for PTSD. Are you all right, mate? You've got your jumper on now. You can't go under the bed. You won't fit. So don't try it. Go and get your Red Bull if you're anxious. Hopi, don't do it. Where's your Red Bull? Are you bored? Go and get it. Where is it? Sorry, he's just freaking out. And with the, I'm not really sure about the limbic system thing, but I can kind of see like ways of how it's reassociating things, because I notice when I'm playing Neopets, right, and I have YouTube open at the same time, sometimes if I'm playing a particular game and watching something on the YouTube, and if it sticks in my mind, then when I'm playing the game again and something similar happens, my brain will actually remember it. So I can see how like actions can kind of get attached to thoughts. And so if you're trying to retrain thoughts and actions, like I can kind of see how that might work just from that weird parallel. I have a question. I know you don't take any substances, including alcohol. Have you tried it? Does it change your personality? I've never really had enough alcohol. Like I've had a sip, that's it, and decided I didn't like the taste of it. You alright, babe? Don't go under there. Don't do it. Don't. You don't need to go under the bed, okay? Come here. I put his jumper on so he won't fit. No, in terms of like substances that mess with my head, I'm on the pill. I think chilling out my hormones has helped flatten some things out there. My food's gonna get cold if I talk too much. And so we're gonna get a bit Jerry ASMR. If you guys know Jerry's channel, that's the one Mikey watches. And then I've had antidepressants, and I think the antidepressants did help. But it kind of masked some of the problem as well, which I realize is my living situation. Sorry. I don't know how people can watch that ASMR stuff, because, like, eating isn't attractive. You know? Do you want to see me jumping away? Effects of substances on neurochemistry. Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what the cause of your schizoid is. So I think in my case, it's definitely the trauma thing. I don't have any family history of schizophrenia. Mukbang is fine. But I know some schizoids seem to have a slightly more schizophrenia-oriented one. And I'm not talking about delusions and paranoia. I'm talking about the negative symptoms where things get taken away from your experiences. So positive symptoms, you add the delusions, add the paranoia. Negative symptoms is like anhedonia. You know, you're taking things away from your experience so you don't feel things as much. And, you know, there is a link. Some people get schizoid and then it becomes schizophrenia, so it's pre-morbid. So there's clearly some kind of connection there. So if yours is more biological, maybe looking at things to do with schizophrenia might be an avenue, but I don't have experience with that. For me, getting the diagnosis helped me realize I've got the trauma. And now I understand why I'm this way, but I realized I need to move out and I can't move out because I'm stuck. I won't ask you what your issue is, but you can share if you want, but yeah, just like think about what your situation is. And if it is more of a situational thing, I think the first step is you get out of the situation. I have not escaped my situation. If you've escaped, though, then you can work on some different issues. Yeah, I'm interested in some of that stuff. Some of it's been legalized for certain conditions in Australia, but I wouldn't qualify for anything. Well, also, like, I have, my body reacts strongly to different chemicals that go in my body, like, even sugar, I get bad sugar headache if I have too much, so I'm quite sensitive, so you might have more success with medications. The one that helped me for the longest, the main side effect was, losing my appetite and losing a lot of weight, which I kind of feel like maybe I should have stayed on those ones, because I tried to go back on them and I didn't have the same effect anymore. But yeah, if you're less sensitive to side effects than I am, it might help, depending on, like, you know, everyone's a little bit different. So yeah, I don't know if you've tried antidepressants before. I think it did help me have more energy, and it was easier to try and be social. And this is before I knew about the schizoid thing, so I was still thinking, it's a me problem, I need to change and whatever. So I did put in the effort and had emotionally cold parents, material good childhood. Oh yeah, shit. Older brother that had way more attention, even though he's not disabled. Yeah, it doesn't have to be a disabled brother for glass child, by the way. It's just like a high needs child for whatever reason. But you know, glass child is a bit more of a specific situation. So, but you can still have the cold parents attachment issues, childhood attachment issues, without glass child trauma. It's just a description for a specific type. Sorry, I'm gonna eat because this is getting cold. Ah, where did that go? Look away if you don't want to see me chew. Yeah, I don't think the maths brain really plays much into it. It just sort of adds to my situation in terms of feeling like my efforts aren't appreciated. 48? But that's a memory thing. That's not a maths thing. Learning your times tables is just about memorizing. The real maths is, yeah, things like proofs. See, culturally, you know, like with these diagnostic labels, in the DSM at least, I'm not sure about the ICD, I'm less familiar with it, but in the DSM they'll say, like, you have to exclude certain cultural factors. And so Japan has a lot of cultural factors, and I actually think, like, hikikomori, there are some similarities to schizoid, but I do think there are some differences. I think that's on my to-do list, was to try and, like, outline some of the differences, but it's been a while, like, you know, the idea passed, and now I haven't thought about it in a while, so I can't even remember what I was going to say. But Japan is kind of a high-pressure society, so maybe it's not necessarily about cold parents or whatever, but more about, like, the pressure to be high-achieving, which I guess I have a bit. But I do get a vibe that there's some differences to schizoid. So maybe I'll do a video one time. Yeah, I don't know, I think it's a bit more complicated. And I know, like, you know, with the mental health stuff, is that a hair or is that, no, that's a crack of the plate. I thought it was a hair. You know, things like the suicide culture, the honor stuff as well, like, that's a very cultural thing. Yeah, Japan's screwed up. Like, not even just in the mental health way, like, if you think about anime and, like, all the cute girls and the kawaii culture, sort of borderline pedo stuff in some sense, like, depending on what you look at, but some of it, a little bit, like, the obsession with cute, a little bit seedy. God, I hate watching myself eat. I'm trying not to look at myself. Little one's finally settled down at least. Yeah, I know if I'm hungry. I know if I, you know, played up more the fact that I'm half Japanese, there would be some dudes out there who would get yellow fever and just watch me for that. If I started talking in like, hi pitch, hey guys, and tried to make it cute somehow, and, you know, dressed more, maybe just goth, I don't necessarily have to do cute, but maybe if I dressed more goth and out there and like learn to do makeup, and then play like games and yeah, I'm half Japanese. I look full white though. Whereas, yeah, one of my brothers looks more Japanese. Destroy America. Gothic Fortnite dance. I know there are dances in Fortnite, but I don't know what any of them are. I didn't know there was a Gothic one. So I'm just scraping up little bits of cheese. Now that I've started eating, like, I'm actually like, yeah, I was hungry. I'm just not realizing. Alright, but that'll do. Oh, a bit more there. Bit more. No, you hope it's alright. It's alright. You're a good boy. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to myself or the camera. There's a thing called the internet. Hope. I'm sorry. You're a good boy. Just relax. Good boy. Yeah. He understands certain phrases in English and... He's looking at me now. Oh my goodness. Now he's like, oh shit, I'm embarrassed. What one video? Wasn't Palpatine on Fortnite as well? You okay, babe? You can't have my food. Hey, hi Pio. Oh my goodness. No, he's having one enough. You want a hug? Come here. You want to pick up? Are you feeling insecure? Oh, come here, sweetie. Oh my goodness. Feeling insecure. I realized probably one of the reasons that having a dog has been so important to me is because he gives me the affection that my parents don't. Appreciate your growling. Can scare bears away. Gosh, bears are pretty badass. Like, seeing people argue over, like, who would win, bears or gorillas. People actually take the gorilla's side, and it's like, oh my god, no. The bear is, like, pretty full on. And also, like, you know, I used to read Animorphs, and so the bear was pretty full on in that, too. Look at you, oh my goodness. Yeah. Yes, he's cute. And so I think he's sort of my stand-in for affection. Like, before I had dogs, I mean, you know, I've always been kind of miserable, but I think dogs have helped me cope with my situation around the family. The only thing is, like, you know, now I can't leave because I worry about him. I would have to get, like, a proper house, and I would be very worried about his adjustment because he's such an anxious baby. On the other hand, though, he gives me a reason to stay alive because someone has to look after him, and I don't trust my parents to. And, you know, like, I think it's indicative, like, even Marley, well, he was sorry, I didn't mean to mention him, I'm sorry, I know, he misses him. So even with that dog living with Hope, they would both come into my room when they're anxious or something and just to chill out, and especially when there's a storm or when they're watching sport and Dad's yelling at the TV, they'd all come into my room. And I think it's because they know that I'm sensitive to their needs and I'm paying attention, whereas Mum and Dad aren't. Mum and Dad don't have that sort of level of empathy. And it's weird realizing that I have empathy, at least as far as dogs go. But yeah, Like, that's sort of my stand-in for, I guess, all the empathy and for, like, some kind of a connection. I have it with the dogs. Because dogs, like, it is really that unconditional love. He doesn't judge me. And he sort of gives me that, you know, connection to another creature that I probably child me needed from my parents and I couldn't get from them. So get it from the dog instead. You okay? Are you getting hot? Yeah? You feeling a bit better? You're okay? Okay. Dogs feel safe unlike people. Yeah, I actually think that is a legit thing. And, you know, like, I still keep realizing stuff about my life like this, and I wouldn't have been able to have these insights without the schizoid diagnosis. And so that's why I'm kind of annoyed with the psychiatrist for trying to keep saying I'm autistic, because if I was autistic, that has a very different set of implications, and it kind of ignores my childhood trauma, whereas, yeah, schizoid explains a lot. And you know, the trauma version of schizoid as well. I've come to think of it as two versions, because clearly there are some schizoids who are much more severe, and it seems a lot more like simple type schizophrenia, which is the type of schizophrenia that only has negative symptoms. Are you okay? Is that better, or did you want to get down? It's okay. I'm just shifting position. So I think this is my theory. I don't know for sure, but to me it looks like more severe cases might be more schizophrenia related, but I don't know, because I can't ask people, hey, how did you end up like this? Not everyone's going to answer me. Whereas maybe the trauma one leaves us with a little bit more to work with. I don't know. And I think it looks like you're a female as well, and so females process things differently. And the DSM does mention that it seems to affect males more than females, or more severely, which is sort of similar with like autism. Like females with autism can mask as well. I think it's just like shows that females are naturally more social, and that's one of the things that annoys me about the gender ideology, is like trying to say that males and females are the same, or that sex isn't even a thing, like biological sex. Some of them are trying to deny that that's a thing. And it's like, no, it's real. Like, this is evolutionary stuff. My dog doesn't care if he's misgendered. Covert schizoid female. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can see what you mean about the relatable stuff now, because there's a lot in common there. Yeah, it's probably easier for females to be covert. The obsession of society with autism at the moment does annoy me as well, because then it means that people who might be schizoid could be misdiagnosed as autistic and not realize that the things that help people who are autistic don't necessarily help them, and they might not, you know, come to the realization about childhood trauma or whatever their issue is. But yeah, no. Getting the diagnosis. Sorry, my computer screen keeps going onto a screensaver, so it keeps changing the lighting. Yeah, no, getting the diagnosis did help me work out all this shit. It's just like, what was I talking about? I'm gonna make sure I have my tea before it gets cold as well. It tastes a little bit funny after the pasta, though. I gotta say, the pasta is a bit oily. No, blah, blah, blah. Dogs. I feel like there was a thought that I had and it sort of disappeared. Let me check my battery. No, I'm still good. What brightness am I on? I can probably turn it down a little bit now that we're in here. Cool. That'll save me some power. Just checking Facebook, and the giant burger that I ate. People are like, what? Who is that? Oh, it's a mutual friend. Something about gender differences. Yeah, gender differences are a real thing. Not even trying to get a diagnosis because doctors seem to be incompetent as well. Yeah, it's tough. Now I would sort of, you know, caution people about self-diagnosis, because I think it can, like, you know, like some people who think they're autistic will self-diagnose as autistic when they might actually be schizoid or avoidant or have some other issue. But if you really think that you fit all those categories, and if you aren't able to access diagnosis, who am I to tell you otherwise? Yeah, and like, you know, I still don't get believed like by that psychiatrist. You want to get down? Oh, I know it's getting hot. Here you go. Good boy. Yeah? Yeah, good boy. Just relax, okay? You're a good boy. But yeah, no, now that I, like, you know, with the psychologist, I think she's, you know, sorry about noises moving the camera around. But yeah, my psychologist did have a phone call with the psychiatrist and told me about it, and she sort of told him off for, you know, trying to assess me as autistic based on some very shallow stuff. So I will make a video about that, and then once I've done that, we can live stream me trying to do some autism tests. Be interesting to see, like, the difficulty is making sure that I don't try and bias the results. I find a lot of those psych quizzes, you know, assessment things difficult because I can often figure out what they're trying to test for, whether that's like depression, anxiety, OCD, bipolar. So if you wanted a specific diagnosis, you could bias your answers to make it seem like you have one. Like, there's no like brain scan or blood test that can really show that stuff. I think they've been trying to, but like, you know, it's not reliable, and there's nothing like widespread to try and figure out what you actually have. So yeah, you can bias the results of things like that. But yeah, I think schizoid is probably under-recognized, especially because, you know, people don't come forward for treatment. So, you know, yeah, I think there's probably more out there than people, you know, realize. And autism is in fashion, because then you can be neurodiverse, whereas having a personality disorder is like saying, like criticizing someone's personality, and the people who aren't schizoid get all offended by that. Whereas schizoids, you know, don't really give a shit about praise or criticism. It's just a fact. What was I saying about the gender thing? Gender differences. Like male and female, yeah, there are differences. We evolved that way. My dog doesn't care when people think he's a chick, because he is pretty. He doesn't give a shit. Apparently, though, sometimes people take their pets. So I have a friend who's a vet. I haven't talked to her in a long while, but a long time ago she did tell me that like she had some kind of new age hippie bring their cat or dog in and refuse to like use gendered terms for it. And it's like, if your pet is going into the vet for some kind of an issue, sometimes it is relevant to know whether it's a male or a female, because there's different anatomy. And Hope has had some embarrassing boy problems, which a female wouldn't get. In Russia, lots of people regard neurodivergence as a way to show off. Yeah, no, like a lot of Western kids are doing that too. There's, what's that channel? Now that I'm here, I can actually like, I think I can open chat on my screen. Hang on, sorry, I need my keyboard back. Sorry! How do I find the chat? I have to go to the Go Live thing, and then go to Manage, and this is the one that we're currently doing. Oh, there's the chat. So now I can put things into the chat. What was that? Fan funding. Oh, okay. Turns out I can filter chat by whether people are doing super chats. Anyway, no, what was that channel? There's history, and it was the one about, was it Gen Z? Let's see if it comes up. Cultural observations! This is the sort of thing that I should do as like a reaction video, I guess. But let me pop that in the chat and you can watch it when you feel like it. There you go. And yeah, they kind of make fun about all the kids being neurodiverse. I love his delivery as well. He's very deadpan. I identify. Do Russian people have a act normal attitude? What do you mean act normal? Oh dear. Added to a playlist. Did this get added to a playlist? I don't think it has. Why is vidIQ telling lies? Sorry, got distracted for a moment there. Let me put that white back up. Yeah, no. Speaking of Russia, you know, Russia-Ukraine's still going on, isn't it? We just don't hear much about it because of Israel-Hamas. God, you know, the world's pretty full on. Hey, we have a saying here that you should act normally because when you do, you're already acting crazy enough. Here in Australia, I think the laid-back attitude is still a thing. In Russia, common people don't care anymore. We sort of got the impression that a lot of Russians didn't even really know what was going on because apparently the media is quite controlled. Yeah, with the war, and, you know, they're trying to put out the propaganda. But of course, that's what our media is telling us. So I don't know what it's like in Russia. I don't know if you have to use a VPN to access YouTube, because I think, like, weren't there like sanctions or something, and so Russia was getting blocked from a lot of stuff. I don't know if that affects things like YouTube, but I know a lot of companies pulled out because of it. I don't know if those are still going though. But yeah, no, like this, I've got actually Paper Vampire. I sent like a clip to Paper Vampire. Yeah, that clip about me in 2019 talking about no VP. Oh, okay. Instagram does? That's interesting. Instagram's a bit of shit anyway. I just find Instagram so shallow. And you know what's interesting is my parents, right? They use Instagram more than me, I reckon. I think they're watching reels, and every now and then they'll send me a reel, and I'm just like, I don't give a shit. Sometimes there are funny things, but like, you know, usually they're just snipped from something else and it's kind of short and meaningless, and it's like, I would rather see the full version of this video. But yeah, no, it's interesting. My parents are a little bit addicted to their phones. I mean, I'm addicted to my computer rather than the phone. Sorry, I just almost destroyed my glasses. Yeah. I don't know, it's just interesting. And yeah, the fact that I got in trouble for things that now everyone does normally, it's a bit like, alright. This is almost finished, hang on. Anyway, that's my chamomile. Instagram's considered an extremist organization. So what about Facebook? Because Facebook's the same company. Although I know Instagram has probably been in more trouble for like giving kids body dysmorphia. But like, you know, in the 90s, the concern was all about fashion magazines making girls get eating disorders. So like there's always something, isn't it? I don't care really, post dogs and kittens there anyway. Facebook is also, okay. Yeah, no, Facebook has gone down the toilet as well, unfortunately. Like, you know, when the whole thing in Australia happened about, you know, Facebook's clash with the media, I defended Facebook because, like, what the media was claiming was bullshit. They're the ones posting their stuff on Facebook, and they get a lot of publicity from Facebook, but now they want Facebook to pay them. It was just fucking weird. And I was happy to defend Facebook there, but now their Facebook censorship has gotten... Russia's kind of we don't give a fuck country. Yeah, like, sort of the Russia-Ukraine, like, you know, there's a lot of similarities, and like the Seinfeld episode with the Ukrainian on the train was pretty funny when that clip turned up at the start of the war as well, because no one expected Ukraine to be so badass about it. You think Ukraine is joke? That was fun. Yeah, no, my parents visited Russia. I've got an umbrella from Russia. It's got all these doggies on it. It's pretty cute. But yeah, they managed to go before shit hit the fan, and they also Mum went to China before shit hit the fan. Basically, if Mum goes somewhere, because like Mum and Dad used to go to Club Med, and like every Club Med they went to would get closed down sometime after, and so it's sort of like if they go somewhere. They just bring chaos behind them. Um, of course, Mum's been to like they've been to other Club Med since that haven't closed down yet, but and if you wait long enough, everything closes down anyway. But yeah, no, I've got to post that thing about from me in 2019. Um, I'll post that maybe after this or maybe tomorrow. I don't know what it's 10:15. I could fit in an episode of Xena. I don't know. Tomorrow's Sunday's cleaning day. I know my parents are going out. So maybe I don't know if I can sleep in, but maybe I can nap in the middle of the day if I stay up too late. But I'm sort of down to 33% battery, so at some point I'll have to stop there. Yeah. What else is going on? I've got to try and do some more art stuff to try and bring it back around to the topic. Because, I did buy those canvases today. I managed not to buy too much other stuff, though. I have some cheap paints that I got from a $2 shop, and some paper, and I'm going to try and make myself use that. I've told myself, like, I can't buy I need to get fancy paints. I've run out of the really cheap paints that I had for ages, but I don't want to buy proper fancy paints until I've actually shown myself that I can get back into art. So until then, I'll just buy $2 shop paint. And muck around with it. Do you take omega-3? I think I've been taking the fish oil things. I don't know if that's the same. Oh no, I've been taking vitamin D, not omega-3. Omega-3, like, I don't know. For me, the depression, I'm pretty sure, is the situation that I'm living in rather than, some of this is fish oil, blah, blah, blah. None of my blood tests have ever come back showing anything too bad. Like, once I was low on vitamin D, once I was low on iron, but otherwise I've been on top of things. What else? Oh my god, that article is too long. What is it? What foods that have fish stuff? Oh, well, look, I eat more sushi than I used to. Depressive episode. Yeah, no, see, I don't know where you're living, but I'm still stuck with my parents and this whole situation with my disabled brother and them not respecting. Like, they didn't even tell me that they were going out tomorrow. I had to learn that from my brother. He's the one who told me. And sometimes they'll talk to me as if they've told me something and they just don't realize that I don't know in Moscow. Yeah, but like, are you living alone? Because I feel like I would do better if I lived alone, if I could afford it and not have to worry about financial stress and able to have my dog and, my art and music stuff I don't really want to leave. And then bonsai stuff. Like, there's so much stuff that I want to take with me and I can't afford anything. Yeah, I'm 35, so it's like when you don't tell us you're streaming. Wait, what's like that? What's like when I don't tell you that? Yeah, no, I do need to figure out how to move out. It's not practical at the moment. And I feel like I would probably do better if I could manage that. So I'm still buying my lottery tickets. Powerball this week. No one won, so next week is 40 million. Already got my ticket for that. Because I legit can't think of how else I'm going to dig myself out of this hole. Short of becoming learning to do makeup and hyping up the kawaii bullshit. I can't fucking do that. I can't be a mainstream YouTuber. I think YouTube helps because then I can just vent stuff. But, yeah, in terms of, like, have you considered programming? Okay, look, so I'm good at maths, but I find maths really boring. And programming yeah, I can't. And like I have done some work from home, and it's just boring. Ah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's good you found something that works for you, because yeah, I just can't fucking do it. I think one of my problems is I get bored so easily, and then, I'll try and do a job, and my brain melts out my ears and makes a huge mess. And with a lot of my jobs, like, eventually I'll get to a point where I just can't keep doing them. I learned a bit of HTML back when. I don't think it's really that relevant anymore. Shad face. I was learning something else, like what is Arduino coded in? But I just don't have the patience to learn that kind of thing. I think that, Anna, that question's directed at you. What language do you code in? Sorry to just hijack that. But yeah, I did start Java. C or C++? Is that for Arduino? Yeah, like I did do a little bit, but I'm just like, shit, this is fucking boring. I don't have the concentration span. So like, 1 year to learn to be able to find a job, yeah. I think also like I'm at a point where I don't like working for other people because other people are shit. And I've had a lot of bad I mean, to be fair, I've mostly worked in retail, or sort of retail-ish stuff. Yeah, why not Paper Vamp? Like, Paper Vampire's been making short, like, little games as well. I've played one of Paper Vampire's games, and I accidentally killed a lot of people, but hey. I didn't know that's what I was doing. I just thought, hey, meat. I'm going to eat lots of meat. Anyway, what? That's in JavaScript. It's cute. Maybe I should live stream me playing that game, although I've got a few versions of it now, so I don't remember which was the version that works the best, because I know one of them was a bit weird. Yeah, no, that stuff is fun. You can do that stuff. Yeah, I don't have the patience for coding, so unfortunately, and like, that's why I didn't end up doing anything with maths. I did go to uni and I did do advanced maths for a semester and a bit before I quit. Because yeah, no, and some, like, people lied to me and said that maths is better when you get to uni, and it wasn't. And it was full of, like, well, there was, like, this one dude, hang on, let me just, there you go. There was this one dude who, if you sat too close to him, he'd squirm, and so I would, like, sort of see how close I could sit to him before he'd squirm. I'm a little bit mean. But yeah, no, and uni was not full of my people. People would be like, oh, you'll meet people who you get on with better, and I didn't. Now, by the time, like, that was in regular uni. When I got to art school, it was still a bit shit, and, like, some of the people there. But at music school, you kind of have to work with people, so I did make more connections at art school. No, sorry, music school. Sorry, that distracted me. No, I did make some more connections at music school, and then getting involved in the music scene, I made more connections there. Don't really see people a lot. I'm thinking of going to a gig on Friday. Music skills. Yeah, I mean, it depends on what you want to do in music, and a lot of it's just practice. Now, people say that music and maths are related. They're full of shit. The main things that are mathematical is like rhythm you can divide by 2 or 3 and so on. Why not a barrel roll? Yeah, no, maths, so rhythm, you can divide it into different things. You don't need to know maths to do rhythm. The other thing, the more mathematical thing about music is actually the way sound waves work. You don't need to know how sound waves work to play an instrument or to sing or to growl or whatever. So, in that sense, people saying, oh, you're good at maths, no wonder you're doing music and whatever, or like, you know, music. It's bullshit. The connection, like, I've been to music school, and I also did a bit of the audio engineering. No one there does good. I've done 4-unit maths, like the highest level of maths that you can do in high school. Music school, that shit is not maths. Fuck off. Like, maybe in the audio engineering, if you need to work out like frequencies bouncing around the room, we did do 1 unit on that. There is some mathematical formula stuff there, but that's audio engineering. That's not being a musician. You don't need maths to be a musician. Fuck off. Most musicians are fucking hopeless, and that's why they also can't manage their finances, because they can't add numbers. I'm being a little bit mean and generalizing, but that's like legit. A lot of musicians are more intuitive. I do find music difficult. It doesn't come to me as naturally. Some things I'm probably do have some natural talent for, like, you know, picking up how to play violin when I was a kid. Like, a lot of the things I've tried, though, like, not just music, people are like, oh, you're such a natural. So I seem to pick up certain skills, at least beginner level skills, quickly. Beyond that, I lose focus. But yeah, no, a lot of, like, you know, some of the best musicians I know, it's more intuitive for them, and they just somehow have an instinct for how music works. I don't have that experience. It took me a long time. Like, my music degree was in composition and music production. I got to the end of the degree feeling like I didn't know how to write music, and it took me a little bit after that to sort of figure out a way to do it, and it still doesn't come naturally to me. And so, like, you know, it's really good that I've got a guitarist now who does have more of a natural feel for music, and then we can bounce off each other, and that is easier for me than me trying to do it all myself. And also trying to motivate myself as well. So, like, I've worked out my system of writing, especially like my solo project, Electronic, but it's a difficult process for me. And it's like with painting, like, I can do some decent painting sometimes, but the process is a fucking nightmare. It's not relaxing at all. Ability to figure out what notes to choose. Yeah. Although there are certain patterns, you know, like there's, and when you learn like a scale in music, you know, you sort of learn what sounds work well together, at least from a Western sensibility, that sort of mainstream, contemporary, rock, pop, whatever. You can learn like those kinds of patterns. That's patterns. It's not hard mathematics. Yeah. So, like, there is an intuitive way to do it, and then there's also the more logical, like, pattern-based one, which is, like, yeah, kind of memorization, a little bit of, like, listening back to it. For me, it's still trial and error. Is like, I know the kind of vibe I want to go for, so I might go for a specific kind of chord, but it's still experimentation. So yeah, there's that. Like, music, I find it difficult. Singing is easier, especially if I already know what to sing and don't have to write it. It's just copying. And, you know, you just, as long as, like, you know, it's very rare for anyone to be truly tone deaf. If you can hear different pitches, chances are you're not tone deaf. So, you know, it's about, like, learning how to listen to your voice, listen to where you're going, and, like, visualizing and then practice so that your vocal cords get used to making the right coordinations. And so pretty much anyone who is really determined enough could learn to sing to some extent, and then, you know, shaping like your tone, sort of where you place it in your mouth, and, you know, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm just checking my battery. I could always plug it in, but yeah. So, like, you know, you could still learn stuff if you want to, but you do need to have just like the focus and the practice. So in the same way that I can't be bothered to learn programming, maybe the music is not what you want to be doing. The solfege. I never learned it. So I don't even fully know what it is, but I think it's sort of like that do re mi shit. I don't know if there's like more to it. All I know is about the do re mi shit. I didn't learn that stuff. So there's different ways to do it. It's like, it depends on what works for you. If you're composing music, having a keyboard is really handy because you can just press it and the notes there. Stringed instruments are a bit harder. You've got to make sure they're in tune, for example. So if you just get a keyboard, especially like, you know, if you you don't want to, like, if you're older and you don't feel like you're going to pick things up quickly, maybe mucking around on a keyboard might be one of the easiest things, followed by guitar. But guitars you have to learn how to tune. If you don't want to tune it, just get a keyboard. You can learn your scales. It's really good for learning music theory. Once you can play on a keyboard, you can connect it to a computer, program things in by just playing on the keyboard. You can program by like putting notes in, which is what I tend to do, but sometimes if I want to get an idea down quickly, just play it in. Melodic trance, like bass there. Yeah, I don't know much about trance music, but yeah, probably in that case, if that's the kind of music you want to do, keyboard. Just get a keyboard, you know, maybe learn some basic music theory. I'm sure there'll be tutorials online. Stuff and stuff. I don't know what stuff and stuff is. Schizoids like emotional music. Yeah, maybe. Because, you know, singing is one of the few times that I get the catharsis, and so maybe that's part of it. And, you know, like, I'm not allowed to express a lot of emotion, so I will express it through singing instead. And it sort of just gets a lot of energy out. But, yeah. Bold. Oh, is he the one who did the black and white videos? And is he still around, or did he disappear? I don't really keep up with Schizoid YouTube. Like, I watched a bit when I was getting diagnosed to try and figure out, is this a thing? Can I relate to these people? Oh, it is that one? Yeah. I did watch something there, some of his stuff. And there were some things he said that were kind of interesting. Oh, he disappeared. No, all the Schizoid YouTubers do that. It's very rare for a Schizoid YouTuber to stick around. Maybe he No. I think it's more the Schizoid thing of they put themselves out there and then they're like, actually, I didn't want this attention. And then they'll disappear again. So I've noticed like most of those Schizoid YouTubers will turn up for like 1 or 2 videos and then disappear again. I'm unusual. And I know there's a couple others maybe who are still around, and there may also be some misdiagnosed people who think they're schizoid and are doing the video thing. But yeah, it's very unusual for a schizoid to stick to, you know, being out there, especially if they see it as too social. I think I've explained in the past that I think the way I view, because I'm not like actually directly connecting, I kind of view it a bit like a video game, and, you know, video game characters will write text stuff, and I never have to meet most of you, so it's very detached in that sense. And, you know, I started YouTubing more as a diary for myself, and it was kind of an odd thing to discover that people gave a shit about what I had to say, and were interested in what I have to say. That's been kind of wild, and sometimes actually it is a bit much. If I get too much attention on a video, sometimes I will withdraw for a bit. And there was a period of time where I did quit YouTube as well, but that was more to do with my ex, I think. But yeah, no, like, sometimes I will just feel like, there's too much, and so I'll sort of back off a bit. Sometimes I just get busy, though. Yeah, it is like a therapy. I think it kind of helps, and I think YouTubing has helped me learn to speak better and helped me become more covert. I think I was sort of already on that path by the time I started YouTube, you know, 15 years ago. Yeah, like, it's given me more practice, and like, it's a very non-threatening situation as long as like you aren't hyper aware of an audience. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm just talking to a camera, I'm talking to my phone, all I see is myself in the little screen thing. Yeah, so that plus my first McDonald's job, and I had a really good manager there. Those are the 2 things I credit with helping me become covert. And yeah, I did the McDonald's in 2007, so that was before I had YouTube. So I already had a little bit of that practice with like the social script and sort of just, you know, getting used to hearing my voice, because I was very quiet in high school and people were a bit shocked if I spoke up too much or like swore as well. All my school reports are like, she should speak up more, the class could benefit from her insights. I'm like, well, now I'm speaking up. But I think I was probably silent because if I said stuff at home, I'd get in trouble for saying the wrong thing. You know, my views have not been valued. And as I said earlier, like I'll come up with an idea and no one will like it, or I'll do something first and no one will like it, but then later everyone comes around to it, or maybe my parents will convince themselves that they came up with an idea, and I'm just like one of the recent ones is like with Mikey. They went on holiday. He got sick. He lost a bit of weight, and that helped me and my brother, my other brother, convince mum and dad. They've got to feed him less because if he puts on weight, then you have to adjust his medications. And like I've now stopped fighting for that. Because like they were good for a bit, but now they're still back to that whole thing of arrogant. I don't know. I don't really give a shit about what people thought of me. I think they thought I was quiet, because I was quiet. They thought I was religious. I used to have Catholic school, my skirt went below my knees, mostly because mum was just stingy and she thought if I'm still growing, might as well get one that's a bit too big so I can grow into it. But there was a point where I stopped growing, and so it was still below my knees, whereas the newer uniform rules were to go above the knee, just above the knee. And so they probably thought I was trying to be too modest, but really it was just because my mum was stingy and bought one that was too big for me. And I just didn't give a shit. I don't care. I don't care if like people think it's cooler to have it above your knee or whatever. So yeah, there was shit like that. They thought I was like nerdy or something, or I don't know about arrogant. When I was younger and first did well on a test, I did have someone saying this bitch telling me, you should be modest, stop bragging, whatever. And I think that actually did damage me a bit, because that plus my parents not celebrating my achievements, then I don't learn to celebrate my own achievements. So I think that was actually kind of harmful. No validation at home, couldn't get it at school in the right way either. But that was when I was really young as well, so I was probably still developing more of the schizoid vibes. And then by the time I got to high school, just didn't give a shit. Oh shit, what was I talking about? I already forgot. What was I talking about before then? School, speaking up. Nah, I don't remember what I was talking about, unless someone wants to remind me what track I was on. Yeah, right. Yeah. And so I did get depressed in high school and my grades did drop, but I was still doing better than the other kids, so it didn't occur to anyone to check if I was okay. And I mean, mental health awareness wasn't as good back then, but I think also my school was just shit at that kind of stuff. I have heard that other people, if you didn't fit a specific mold, that school didn't do well for you. So that's a bit of a shame. There's a lot of missed opportunities to get me help earlier, get me earlier intervention. Now I'm in my mid-30s and it's like I have no energy left. My life's pretty well fucked up at this point. Yeah, I don't know. What's my battery like? Yeah, I mean, I did have a friendship group. It kind of changed between primary school and senior school, secondary school. Because, then everyone, suddenly people are trying to get serious and study, and I was like, oh, okay. I used to be able to have more imaginative play with the other kids, and then suddenly they just wanted to focus on real-world stuff, and I struggled with that. But I did definitely go through that whole phase of having very negative feelings about people, and Digimon Season 2, the attitude that Ken had when he was infected with the dark spore, it made him very intelligent, but he was also kind of evil, and I related to that a lot because I was the smart kid, and
you know, I was not doing well, and also like just didn't understand the other kids. Their priorities seemed all kind of weird, and so I think I did go through a bit of that um maybe superiority complex. And like, you know, also if you're talking about like destroyer stuff, a lot of that was going on in the background for me in high school. um so yeah, I definitely related to that character a lot. And then also, like, to make things worse in that season two, when he finally stops being the Digimon Emperor, he goes through this really deep depression. And like, I was depressed at the time, and I don't think I really knew the word depression, but like, when he goes through that, I related hard to that as well. And I was just like, fuck. And like, you know, watching it again, I think earlier this year, it's just like, this shit's heavy. And then now, me going through all this as well, like, you know, realizing what my past has been like and trying to challenge the schizoid instincts. Because, like, now that I know that that is a personality disorder, I mean, I can see, like, I can see how I feel like it makes sense and I don't want to change in that schizoid way, but logically, I can see that I do need to change things about my life if I want to change my suffering. So I've been trying to challenge more of that instinct to be less social, especially when I've got like safe people to be around, like my brother and like my godmother. I can actually open up to them. It's just like, because I'm still living with my parents, I forget that I can reach out. Like, I should reach out more. Um, I just forget that I can, and I really need to hang around them more and have more of those healthy connections so I can get into practice with, you know, challenging the way that I instinctively view people as a result of the trauma that made me schizoid. I don't know if it'll ever cure the schizoidness, but it might help. Um, it's difficult when what I feel contrasts with what I think, but I'm sort of getting there. I'm trying to challenge the schizoidy stuff, and I think, yeah, I think I'm making progress. I think I am sort of like getting better at seeing that. It's just like, you know, my brother today was telling me that stuff about like we can hang out more, and I'm like, he says that every time, and I actually believe him because he follows through. And like, you know, today he took me to the music shop and to Bunnings and all that, and like there were a few things that I wanted to buy, and but like I don't need to buy them right now, and he's like, we can come another time. And so he didn't put that pressure on me to be like, let's get everything done in one go. That stuff's really important. And yeah, the thing about like, you know, if I'm not doing well, to send him a message and we could hang out and do a late night Macca's run. I mean, he doesn't live hugely close anymore, but it's not too far. I need to remember that that's an option. It's really hard though, because my instinct is to just keep shit to myself. And I can get a bit negative about people and be like, they don't really care kind of shit. I have to keep challenging that thought kind of consciously. My parents just do not have that level of existence where emotions exist. Daily routine and nothing more. Yeah, my parents are pretty like stuck in routines as well. I do think they have like emotions. Sorry, this angle is kind of weird for the phone. I do think they have like emotions, but they're not emotionally intelligent, and they don't have the empathy. And you know, I think as a female, I'm probably a bit more sensitive to that stuff compared to some of the dudes, and so it probably hurts me more in that way. I wonder if being female affects my chances of getting past schizoid as well, though, because I can imagine if you're a dude and dudes already have a lower social instinct, and then you add schizoid on top, I wonder if it's harder for dudes to work through that. Whereas females are naturally more social, and so you get the schizoid, but maybe I can still challenge it. It's a real shame there's not more research done, but it's hard to trust psychology types. I like, you know, I was talking to my psychologist yesterday when she was like, you know, are you finding this helpful, and are you happy to keep coming? You know, I was thinking about all the bad experiences I've had with psychologists. Like, this clinic's been good, and going in with the schizoid diagnosis I think helped, because no one's done the bullshit of, you just need more friends. I don't need more friends. I mean, like, emotionally, I don't need more friends. Logically, challenging the schizoid instinct, I can see how more of the right sort of social connections could be good for me to challenge the shit that my parents have done. But being told you just need more friends is not the way to approach it with me. I think you've got to come to me with the logic of it, and then I can be like, okay, I don't really want more friends, but I can see how it's helpful in a very clinical, logical way. Does that make sense? I don't know. Shit, all this stuff's so complicated trying to figure out. But yeah, no, I was just thinking about all the psychologists I've had bad experiences with, and you know, especially if they misunderstand you as a schizoid early on and you just expect them to keep telling you that stuff, then you wonder that if they're all like that. And so, you know, high dropout rates for schizoids in treatment makes a lot of sense to me, especially if it takes a long time to get diagnosed. Shit, man, there's so much. And then, yeah, of course, we don't get involved in, like, the research and so on. No one's really doing them. I actually did reach out to a uni going, hey, I have this diagnosis. I know it's not well researched. If anyone needs a participant. But, of course, no one's running the studies in the first place. Probably the only way it would happen is if I went back to uni, did a psychology degree, and decided that was going to be my speciality. But because I don't give enough of a shit, I'm not fucking gonna do it. So no one's gonna study schizoid, because no one has... I know there's that... Is it Greenberg? You know, there's a handful of people who are a bit more interested like that. You know, like one person studying things isn't enough. When I talk to people, it feels like I'm talking to a model of a person, which has certain characteristics. Pull levers on them according to the characteristics, no emotions. Okay. I don't know if I conceptualize it, like, in that way. I think I don't really think about it that much, to be honest. You know, I just interact with people, get through the interaction, there you go. I don't really spend a lot of time thinking about what it's like, or... I think more about, like, my own experience of the world, and feeling like I'm kind of just going through the motions, a bit of a robot, being trapped here, not enjoying my life. Oh, what's this? It's just more Facebook stuff. Yeah, what's that? 24% battery. Shit, we've been going for like 3 hours. I guess I did eat and I did stuff around quite a lot. Yeah, so, oh shit, so it's almost 11. Science object. Yeah, no, I think with, like, a lot of the analysis I'm doing of, like, my childhood and, like, how did I get like this? There's a bit of that in there. But I'm trying to, like, one of the difficult things is to, like, I don't know, try and see past that. Oh, yeah? Yeah, no, it's almost 11 p.m. and I should probably try and get to bed. But maybe I need to watch Xena and just wind down that way. I think after I've been live streaming, it can be a little bit difficult to, like, get straight to bed. But I should wrap it up soon, because then my phone is going to beep. At 11 p.m. it goes into, like, sleep mode. So the screen goes black and white, and sleep is... Yeah, no, my battery is also going to run out. But yeah, no, my phone goes onto black and white mode to try and tell me to go to bed. And yeah, it's got to beep, and it's going to be annoying. Alexa. Oh! Recorded in all of yeah, when I did the mechatronic engineering and medical science degree, I did a couple weeks of it. They had recorded lectures, and I just stopped going to them in person, and I started listening to them. And, like, there was one where they had, like, some interesting experiment, but I could hear it anyway, and, you know, chemistry lecture, I just was like, fuck it, I'm not going in. And, you know, being so much older than the other kids, it was just like, but yeah, I didn't last in that. Especially once we got up to the, like, the software thing was not too bad, like programming a dice roll in Excel. But the the thing about systems, and it's like a system has an input and an output, and I'm like, I just want to play with the robots. I don't need to know all this extra stuff. I don't give a shit. Get to the fun stuff. But no, it's so boring, and uni goes so slowly. It's like, okay, I don't need a whole lecture on this fucking one thing. But they have to go at a slower pace so that everyone can learn it, and I'm just like, And like as I got older and kept doing uni, I found it harder and harder to pay attention, and would fall asleep. Started to fall asleep in some pretty small classes as well, so it was obvious I was falling asleep. Um, in other classes, the only way I could stay awake is by playing a game on my laptop back when it was young enough that it could still connect to the internet without risk of viruses. Yeah, I couldn't go back to uni. I don't have the concentration span anymore. I don't have the energy. I'm such a mess. And it sucks that it took me until my mid-30s to realize everything that's wrong with my life, because now it's so much harder to change anything. Unless I win the lotto. So if you want to do superstitious stuff to help me win the lotto, go for it. I really feel like I was set up to fail from the beginning. Because even without my disabled brother, I have some like set ones, but sometimes I also pick randomly. I sort of mix it up a bit. But yeah, no, I do feel like even if my youngest brother hadn't been disabled, I still would have had trouble with my parents because of the way they are. They're more male-oriented. I don't think they were ever really equipped to raise a female. Some of the attitudes, particularly from dad, but mum has some unhealthy attitudes as well. Dads are more overt though. If he's going to have an issue, he'll, make it known more directly, whereas mum will do more of the passive aggressive shit. So yeah, even without the glass child trauma, I think I was set up to fail. And then of course the glass child trauma. And I'm still living with my disabled brother as well, and he still gets everything. He has no responsibilities, he gets everything. He has the best life. Today he was at Luna Park, he goes to Luna Park every week, theme park kind of thing. It's like the child's dream, whereas no one really does anything for me here. That's why I have to go with my brother. My brother has to take, like my other brother Dave, he has to take me on an outing, and very patient when I'm like, taking my time to make up and to think about things or ask the store guys, for information. Interestingly, my social anxiety kind of not a thing. Like I can just talk to those guys in the store and just not feel the anxiety anymore. Like I'm that dead. Sometimes I think my social anxiety is more of a phone thing and more of a Centrelink thing. But for that kind of stuff, yeah, it's just don't give a shit anymore. I can just talk to anyone. So that's kind of interesting. I didn't even work on that. It just kind of happened. But yeah, no, like he does the stuff for me that my parents should really be doing, and my parents should be taking my condition more seriously. There's some stuff I haven't told you. I will get to that eventually. But yeah, and I'm aware of my own suffering. Social anxiety is not a very schizoid thing. No, like I definitely had social anxiety about certain things. But it's not like a thing that's ongoing, and I still just don't give a crap about people. You can have social anxiety comorbid with schizoid, but I didn't have it enough to be a disorder. Like, it wasn't that bad. Start at 1 and continue from there. It's all right. The numbers. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. But there are, like, I'll usually just buy the same ticket every week. But if I sometimes, like this time I bought extra tickets because I'm just feeling that desperate. So I just kind of randomized them. There was one that maybe I edited because I didn't like the look of it, but that's just like superstitious bullshit. But yeah, so I feel like, yeah, I was set up to fail and I'm still stuck in this shit situation, and I feel like if there's any justice in the world, please give me a lotto win. Now, I know I am moaning when I have a place to live and I'm not in the middle of a war and things could be worse, but at the same time, I could also kill myself. So, like everything's relative, right? Have you seen Lost? How many numbers does Powerball have? Does it go up to 42? I don't remember, because there's a couple of different ones, and some of them don't go up that high. I'm not sure which one the parable one is, though. I don't know if there is a 42. But yeah, so, like, yeah, I'm complaining about my life. I have a certain level of privilege, but that doesn't mean I don't suffer. And I suffer badly enough that, like, some of the stuff that I've thought about, you know, like coming home yesterday, seeing a bus coming by, having that thought, but then being like, no, I'd probably just get injured. It's not really going fast enough, and it's sort of unreliable to try and get the angles right and all that, so better not. But yeah, that kind of stuff goes through my head. You know, like I seem fine today as I'm talking, but no, you know, I actually am in a lot of pain a lot of the time and suffering a lot. I suffer and I'm aware of my situation, but because I'm able to talk, my parents don't think it's as serious as Mikey's issue. Chances are Mikey's gonna live longer than me at this point because he gets all the care. Oh, I was talking about them overfeeding him. Okay, I'll quickly wrap up that story. So, with them overfeeding him, like, I stopped trying to tell them not to do that. But one of the things I was saying is, like, when he asks for food, you don't have to give it to him, for one thing. The other thing is, when he's, you know, been eating, don't suggest the next food item. Let him ask for it himself. Don't suggest it. Don't put the idea in his head. If he doesn't think of it, great, he's not going to eat that extra food. Which they have been really bad at. They just automatically offer him the next thing. Mum does it, but I've also caught Dad doing it as well. And it's their way of sort of like keeping him occupied, I think, because they just can't be bothered to figure out what his real issues are. Like, sometimes it's not that he wants more food, it's that his computer has stuffed up, like he's full screened YouTube, he doesn't know how to get out of it, for example. But he'll come out and they'll assume that what he wants is food, so they'll send him back with some chips or something, and then he'll eat it. He'll come back out because the issue's not fixed, and they keep giving him food because they misinterpret that and just want to get rid of him instead of checking what is he really complaining about. And so sometimes I'll look and it's actually YouTube. I fix it. He stops asking for food. He was never asking for food. But I'm sorry. This is going to go on and it'll hit 11 o'clock and we are going to get a beep. So bear with me when that turns up. There's 3 minutes. What's that? Oh, no, with the thing about not suggesting the next food, not automatically giving him the next food, I did hear Mum and Dad, I can't remember who said it to who, but them saying like, oh, you know, maybe we shouldn't suggest the next thing. And I'm like, I fucking said that. And when I said it, it's like, meh, 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 meh. But now that it's their idea, now it's a thing that's worth doing. Like, fuck off. So much of this stuff, I've come up with an idea first and they just assume that I'm being selfish or I'm being difficult. And then after a while they come around anyway, they copy the things that I've done, but now it's them, so it's fine. And no one has ever apologized to me for giving me a hard time for something that turned out to be right. And then, like, they just don't respect my intelligence. They know that I'm smart, that I did well, and that I keep coming up with these things that everyone does, from dealing with Mikey to, and like, you know, he's got afternoon carers on Monday and Wednesday now, and he fucking loves them. And I said this, but they were like, no, because it's my idea. It's to get me some benefit. Instead of seeing how it benefits everyone, he's happy. He's out of your hair. He's out of my hair. He goes to bed later with less effort. It's good for everyone. But, you know, they were resistant, and Mum got quite angry with me at one point, and very dark. Like, she doesn't express a lot of that kind of stuff, and she'll just deal with these things. But, like, the way she treated me after I made that suggestion was really unfair. And now it turns out it was a brilliant idea, and he should have afternoon carers probably more often. And we probably shouldn't have just one person. Yeah, we shouldn't have just, you know, a handful of people. We need more people to know how to deal with him because, I mean, one of the guys who looks after him is quite old. He's not going to be around forever. And, like, what if he gets sick or injured or ends up in hospital for whatever reason? You need people who know how to deal with him to replace him. So my idea to get more carers in the afternoon in different situations, but when I suggested it, it was shit and I got abuse for it. When I say abuse, I mean like that emotional abuse. But now they do it, and that, you know, no one ever apologizes to me for giving me a hard time, and it turns out I was right. Sorry, it's gonna do that beep thing in a moment, bear with me. It just gives me the fucking shits, and then like with his food as well. But you know, I stopped pushing the issue because if they make him too fat and if he gets sick, sorry, I'm so sorry, it did the thing. Now I can see myself in black and white. Yeah. Yeah. We're doing therapy. But like, yeah, so I stopped pushing the issue with the food because it's not, I'm sorry, it's not my responsibility, right? For one thing. And like, you know, I've put in this effort to do the right thing by him and his health, and they ignore me. Like, that's not a selfish thing on my part. I'm looking out for him. And like, what's the benefit to me of keeping him healthy? Because then he lives longer, have to deal with him for longer. And if he's not, like, the only time I get a break, because thanks to the NDIS, I don't get a break from him because he doesn't go to respite care anymore. So the only time I get a break from him is when he's in hospital. So if he gets sick, that's actually better for me. And they didn't appreciate me trying to keep him healthy by making these suggestions. So I'm just like, fuck it. There's no benefit to me. Why should I, you know, try and keep on top of them being lazy and giving him all this extra food? And I don't know what he weighs now, so I don't know if they've overdone it yet, but like, you know, it's sort of a gradual thing. We got his weight down while they were away, but, you know, I just, like, they've given me no incentive to care, and so I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. If he gets sick, if something happens to him, it's not my responsibility, it's theirs. And like, the other thing with like carers and stuff, my parents are in their 60s. They're not going to be able to do this forever. Like, what do they think's going to happen to him when they can't look after him anymore? I don't think they're doing enough planning. My godmother doesn't think they're doing enough planning either. Just a lot of this stuff gives me the shits. And, you know, so I'm probably a bit more aggro right now because this is more of a recent thought. And, you know, I'm allowed to be angry. I don't really feel the anger though. I just feel annoyed and frustrated, and then I feel sad. I don't really know how to be proper angry. I feel like I should though, because like I know schizoids, the limited emotional range. I'm like, can I expand it into anger? No. It's frustrating though, and it's unfair, and they have the balls to tell me I'm selfish. Yeah, like, shit, we're already in black and white mode. I might as well keep ranting. You know, so when my dad was working, you know, he had a little study upstairs, did a lot of work from home there, right? And, you know, when my cousin was here earlier this year, she stayed in the studio, and so I really got no use out of the studio, and I fell out of my studio habit. Sorry, my lips are getting a bit. And I had a really hard time also just having another person in the house. And in the space that I was trying to set up, and you know, there was no sympathy for me from them on that issue. Like a little bit, but not really seriously. And you know, then my aunt came and she stayed upstairs and they set up a bed for her. And it's sort of like my cousin could have stayed in that study, although I think dad was in the process of retiring. So by the time my aunt came, I think that's when he was retired. So yeah, okay, whatever. But with the studio, right, they, you know, it had my brother's old bed. Now my brother and his girlfriend have moved house, so they've taken that bed away, and that's why I have that extra space, finally, to do all my bubble popping and, I don't know, whatever. But yeah, so originally when we were talking about that, like dad wanted to put another bed in there. Mum and dad wanted to put another bed in there. For when my aunt comes by, but we've already shown that she can go in the study, and so like I got a lot of shit for that, even though, like, you know, so you want to put a bed in the studio and just take up all this space all year round for that one-off time that someone needs to stay. And like like dad in particular made it sound like so many people would come to stay, and it's like, fuck off, we're not that social. And also, like, why do they have to come to our place? Like, if it's a family thing, there are other family members in the area who have spare beds. You know, like all this kind of unfair shit. But anyway, they kind of just forgot about it by the time that my brother took his big old bed away. And I very quickly set up my stuff so that now it's not really practical to put a bed in there. There is a bit of empty space, but it's in the side where the door is, and it would be really annoying to put a bed in there, so they won't. And they've left the bed in the study because Dad's not using it anymore, okay? And, you know, sure, he still, like, you know, I had to help him buy a laptop, because, you know, he had to give back the work one, I think, and he still has some things to do on it. And, you know, initially it's like maybe he would do it in the study. No, I come out in the morning some days and they're both, mum and dad are both on their laptops at the dining table. So there's like fuck all space for me to eat my breakfast. They don't acknowledge me, by the way. They don't say hi. It's very rude. And so I don't even bother saying anything because I'm just like, you know, fuck this, basically. I can totally see how I ended up this way. But anyway, I see them both on their computers, and it's sort of like, you're not using your study. And, you know, another thing that happens is in that kitchen space, there's that TV, right? And so mum usually uses the one across the hall from me, and then dad will be in the sort of kitchen one. But if I want to make tea or heat something up in the microwave, like that's a common space, that's a kitchen space, right? It makes a lot of noise, and I know that it's interrupting his TV viewing. So, you know, he'll either turn it up obnoxiously loud, or, you know, have the subtitles on or pause it or, you know, this kind of shit. So I know it's disruptive, but like I've got no other choice but to be there in that space. So that's one problem. Another problem is sometimes when mum is downstairs, if Mikey knows that this is less of an issue because he's gotten into more of a routine of having dinner later, but, you know, for a while he would see her face and just automatically try and go for food. But he can also be kind of annoying and disruptive when she's downstairs watching TV. So another problem, Mikey gets in everyone's head. So one day I asked Dad, like, hey, you know, because like my theory is they've got a studio space, right? Their study space. Yeah, they got the bed in there. They've got a couple of desks there. But what if they rejigged it? Because like there's a table in there where they've kind of just put stuff on. It's not really productive. It's like old tech and, you know, whatever. They're not using the space. Like, what if you could rejig it to make it like a mini home theater? Then you can be upstairs away from all the noise. There was also a day where Dad was trying to watch something loud and Mum was trying to watch something loud, and there's only like a folding glass door between them, and Mum sort of yelled at Dad to turn it down, and there was a bit of this going on. So if you go upstairs, then you have extra separation. You don't have that clash of noise. So I'm like, you know, you could set up a really nice cozy, it's not a huge room, it's smaller than this room, it's not a huge room, but you could set up like a cozy home theater system place, right? So I had that in mind. I go to Dad one day and I'm like, hey, are you still actually using the study? Because like I noticed he's using the computer downstairs. The first thing he said to me before I could even explain my idea to have a mini home theater system for himself, he's just like, his first reaction to me asking about the study is like, you've got enough space. As if I was asking to take over his study. That's the first reaction. Instead of hearing me out, the first reaction is I must be doing something fucking selfish when all I've been thinking about is them. Maybe like slightly less stress for me going into the kitchen and knowing I'm interrupting someone's viewing experience, which, you know, they're never going to consider my end of that. But, you know, like, it could be a really cool thing to have your nice spot. And then when my aunt stays over from Japan, she can have, like, a little TV there, make it really nice and comfortable. You can still have a desk in there to do some stuff on, you know, make it nice, put in some sound, because then you're not going to have, like, the dog bumping into it or Mikey or whatever. It's not in the middle of everywhere. You could potentially do surround sound in that system as well, whereas in that sort of kitchen area, there's nowhere to put the extra speakers. It'd be really weird. You have to mount them somewhere. Very awkward. But yeah, no, he didn't even, and, you know, so I did finish talking about it, but he already had that negative vibe, so he wasn't really listening to what I was saying. And it's just like all this kind of shit. And so I haven't raised it again, but I mean, my godmother might mention it to him because I explained it to her and she's like, yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea. But he doesn't even want to hear that kind of stuff and just assumes that if I'm coming up with something, it's all about me. And it's like, fuck off, basically. Yeah, and like, you know, one of the things that prompted him to come to my therapy session as well is like he said they were walking on eggshells because like, you know, I was having the sleep problems and they were like, I think around that period, like they were really screwing with me. And also, like, yeah, my cousin was still here, my aunt was still here. So the house was really crowded and I was really struggling. Um, and so, yeah, we had a bit of conflict. And, like, you know, also some of the conflict was about dad. You know, he was saying, oh, when your aunt leaves, why don't you sleep upstairs? And, you know, just with no consideration for like what a fuck around that would be, because he wanted to take away my studio and have me sleep up in the study instead, and then just have this room for arty stuff. But this is a really dark room. It's not conducive to art making. So there's that. Also, like here, I wake up in the middle of the night. I can stumble to the bathroom just through there. That's actually really good because if I was up there, I either have to go into their room and open a bunch of doors to get to the bathroom, or I have to come all the way down the stairs to go to one of these bathrooms downstairs. Like, there's just no thought put into. And like, if I'm having sleep problems, then when I wake up in the middle of the night, I am not coordinated. I'm going to injure myself. My aunt from Japan might be fine going to the bathroom in the middle of the night in that kind of a way, but she is not damaged like I am. And I can get quite dizzy sometimes. So yeah, like, you know, we sort of clashed over that and he didn't even want to hear like what my problem with it was. Like he thought his solution was brilliant, didn't want to listen to even have a discussion about stuff. So we were actually clashing about that kind of stuff. How did I get onto this? Something about therapy. Yeah, so when, like, you know, he told my therapist that they're walking on glass, like he and mum walking on glass. I think that's what he said, glass, rather than eggshells. I think he meant eggshells, but he said walking on glass and all this kind of shit. And I'm just like, this is bullshit. Actually, I'm the one walking on eggshells constantly because I don't know how they're going to react to a thing. And yeah, last year I did try and be more assertive because that's what my psychologist said to do. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll try. Didn't come out well. Turns out the schizoid way of keeping shit to myself was actually a good adaptation to deal with this fucking situation. So I've just gone back to doing that. And I think also because of all this shit, my relationship with my parents has gone backwards to more like when I was a teenager and you know, and in my early 20s I had a lot of issues with them as well. I think that's part of why I tried moving out with my ex, except that went really badly. Especially once I got there and he dropped the act. But yeah, no, this whole thing about them walking on eggshells, it's actually me. I'm the one who's been walking on eggshells because they just don't appreciate what I'm going through and don't appreciate my side of things. Don't even tell me what's going on a lot of the time, and sometimes just assume I know, or they don't appreciate that, like, I need to know what's going on around the place. Like, things affect me. Not respecting things. Like, one of the annoying things that they do, this is mostly dad. So like, you know, we have the writing sessions, my guitarist comes over, and you know, like they're fine with that situation. And mum cooks dinner for everyone and that's great. Like, thanks for that. But one of the annoying things that dad does is he'll lead Mikey into the studio while we're working on music, and Mikey's loud and it's incredibly rude. And you know, like, my guitarist is basically our guest, and he's interrupting the shit that we're doing, bringing Mikey in. You know, Mikey's kind of like nervous because it's kind of different, and you know, a person is here who's not one of his carers. How does he react? But dad brings him in and interrupts all that. And the first time it was like, okay, fine, you know, it's a new situation, whatever, for Mike. But then I did tell dad, like, this is actually really disruptive. There's no respect for that. He just doesn't appreciate the impact that has. We're trying to concentrate. We need to be able to hear stuff. And then Mikey's got his YouTube going, or he's got his fucking, oh, what is that? Yeah, just like making noise, and it sucks. It fucking sucks. So yeah, anyway, that's just another rant. It's like there's not really the respect for my end of things, and I'm the one making all these sacrifices. Like, yeah, sure, my parents supporting me with money and whatever, like, you know, in terms of food, place to live. But there's not that respect on that level of like me as a person. Yeah. So I feel like I've made a lot of sacrifices that haven't been appreciated, and then to say that he's the one walking on eggshells and I'm the one who's selfish, and there's no, like, okay, I'll accept that maybe there are some things that are like that for me, but I kind of also feel like I have to look out for myself, because who else is? No one. I have to look out for myself. So I can see some of that, because there's like no two-way about it. Like they don't admit their part in a lot of things. Like, Mum's expressed a bit of guilt about the past situation with Mikey, but I don't think she's comprehended that actually this is still going on. And I wish I hadn't acted like her therapist when that first came up. And I'm not going to do it again if it comes up again. I'm going to be like, if that's stressing you out, go and get your own fucking therapist, and don't make it me. Don't make it your child. Your child who hasn't been able to grow up properly because you couldn't just be there for me and, like, be supportive now and give me a fucking hug. Like, we don't hug in this family. We've never really been that sort of physical contact kind of family. And yeah, so when I was really depressed the other day, Dave gave me a hug, and so I made sure that we had a hug today as well, because I'm trying to get better at that as well. It's not something I naturally go for, but I can see that it's probably one of those things that's not going to make sense to me intellectually, but is probably something that instinctively, hopefully eventually retrain my brain, and it's probably something I need without knowing that I need it. So I'm trying to make a better effort with, like, hugging. I used to, like, really shun hugs if people tried to give them to me, but do you feel anything when you hug? I don't know, I think it probably depends, and it's a little bit, like, I'm trying to be more open to it now. Whereas in the past, I would actively, like, feel awkward about it and try and push people away and do the, like, Xena thing that I mentioned. And look, if you give me $10 million, yeah, I'll hug you. That seems like a fair trade. Yeah, so, I'm just, like, realizing a lot of this stuff, and, like, like, this whole thing where I think about this stuff and I smile, and I'm like, it's actually really tragic, but I've just learned to do this. Like, my brain is trying to still be in denial about it and not feel the sadness and, like, how fucking devastating all this stuff is. When I think about it too much, or if I'm in, like, a vulnerable state, this shit hits hard, especially when I realize stuff. What are your earliest memories? The memories is difficult because memories are unreliable, and so I think I have memories of, like, being really, really little and my grandma giving me, like, this particular type of biscuit, but she also told me that story, so I don't know if it's a real memory. I also have a memory of Mikey having his first seizure when he was, like, a little baby in a onesie. I think it was pink. But again, I don't know for sure if that's a real memory or if that's my brain reconstructing things that I've been told happened. I don't know if I was there for the first seizure. I might have been. I was definitely there for the aftermath, and I think that's probably when I got shipped off to my grandparents' place for a bit because they would have been in the hospital, but I don't know for sure if that's what the situation was. Memories are difficult because, like, they're not reliable. People do misremember things. I've caught myself misremembering things, particularly about, like, facts that I've memorized, and then I'll reread a story or something and realize, actually, no, my memory got mixed up on that. So, yeah, I don't put a huge amount of stock into, what is my earliest memory. I don't know if they're real memories or reconstructions. There are a few events that, like, I can. So, like, in primary school, I remember, like, I got my finger stuck in a little door where we put our bags, and had to go to hospital for that. Like, that definitely happened. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's, oh my gosh, I remember September 11 when I was 6. Oh my god, you're so young. I think I was like 13. 12. 13? Yeah, 13. Yeah. Watching on TV, I saw a man falling from the burning tower. September 11 was an interesting experience for me because I also have what I'm told is dissociation. And so the more violent part of me was very interested in the towers and like the burning and the falling down. When my dad first came in, we were living in a different house, in a rental. When my dad, because this house was being renovated, my dad came in. I was on the internet writing violent stories with my American friends on the RPG. Dad came in, is like, oh, a plane just hit a building. And I'm like, yeah, shit, hey. And then he comes in, a plane just hit another building. And I don't know at what point I actually went out and had a look. But then, like, once I saw all that shit on the TVs, like, I just plonked my butt down. And so watching live when the towers come down, and that, was very fascinating to a very specific part of me. Now, the moment that I realized I was different to other people is the next day I come to school, and, oh my god, Stream Elements bot. The next day I come to school, and a lot of the kids are already in the computer room looking up pictures from, those pictures of like guys jumping out of the buildings and stuff like that. And, to me, it was still that point of fascination. I didn't really feel anything for them. It's just like a thing that happened. I don't think I connected that these were real people, and I still don't, I think. It's hard for me to know what I don't feel, though, because I've never been anyone else, so was I supposed to feel something? I assumed that everyone felt that way, that everyone was just bullshitting, like pretending to care, but apparently people actually do care. Like, I thought they were just trying to not look like douchebags, and like everyone's fascinated by violence. Otherwise, why is there so much violence on TV in the media? Like, the media cares when there's a tragedy. They care less when there's a good news story. So I assumed everyone was just more interested in violent shit. But, no, apparently people care about that stuff. And, like, what really... so I saw the kids doing that, the fascination and whatever. Then, I don't know if it was, like, a PA announcement or if I overheard teachers. Could have been either. But... virtually. Yeah, I mean, like, I was a bit more open to stuff while I was doing my band, but I was also on antidepressants at the time, so I don't know if that affected that, or if I was just playing the role that I thought I was. Am I still live? It doesn't show me on that thing. Okay, but yeah, no, what was I saying? Yeah, no, I was on antidepressants, and I think also I thought I was supposed to do stuff. And we were called Rainbow Death Ray. So I was sort of just like, I think America legalized gay marriage, and so, I tossed out some of our rainbow wristbands, but it was more just because, like, oh, that's rainbows. We're rainbows. I'll use this as an excuse to promote shit. Have some rainbows. But anyway, no, back to the story about September 11th. So either a PA announcement or overhearing some teachers talking about us kids in the computer room looking up these pictures. I think it might have been overhearing the teachers, and it's like, isn't it nice to see all these kids being so concerned about the situation? And I was like, I'm not experiencing concern, or like whatever words they used. I was like, is that what people are really experiencing? Because I didn't experience that. I was just like, wow, it's kind of cool seeing, like, buildings and fire and destruction and stuff, especially from that more violent part of me. And not really feeling anything otherwise, and not really connecting to the, like, human tragedy, human toll, that kind of stuff. And that's when I sort of realized I was different. Now, I thought it was more to do with the dissociation, which I didn't know was dissociation at the time, but I definitely picked up there was something different and weird about me. I just didn't know what it was at the time. And I think having some of the dissociation probably made it harder to get diagnosed, because it is a complicating thing. And actually, when I was trying to find out what was wrong with me, I was actually more focusing on the dissociation stuff, and trying to get a diagnosis there, and the schizoid thing kind of happened by accident along the way. Like, I thought maybe that dissociation stuff could be linked to some other condition, and we were still considering autism at the time, but then I just happened to mention schizoid had been ruled out by this earlier psychologist who was actually kind of shit to me. Tried to make me think I was gay, tried to make me think I should stay in a toxic relationship, and tried to convince me anxiety was my problem even after I said, no, it's not. And, yeah. So shit psychologist rules out this condition, and I just happened to mention it, like, you know, don't know what it is, this thing's been ruled out, blah, blah, blah. And then the next week, turns out my doctor had looked it up, and I'd also looked it up, and we sort of came in, and I'm like, hey, so you know that thing I mentioned last week? And she's like, yeah, I think that does fit you. Schizoid thing happened by accident. I was really looking for answers on dissociation. Lately, that dissociation stuff hasn't been as much of a problem for me, but maybe that's because I've been so fucking tired and I've been distracting myself a lot. I think distraction has helped. But I don't know, because it does that. It goes away for a bit, and then when I'm not expecting it, it'll all hit me again. Fuck knows, it'll be a Xena episode that does it to me, and then I'll be like down that rabbit hole again. Anyway, so that's some more ranting. It's almost 11:30. There's no way I'm gonna get to bed by midnight now. Definitely can't watch Xena though. I should get onto my night stretches. I know, you guys, you don't want to watch me do my night stretches again, do you? Run around doing my night routine. I'm not gonna put you on the tripod though. It'll be like last time we were just on the floor. If you want to vote on that, we can do that, but I'm gonna have to stop with the talking stuff a lot. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, with the woke stuff. I gotta also say, though, some of the right-wing stuff is a bit like... I think there's a bit of nut-picking going on. Nut-picking, so like you find the craziest person within a group and you criticize the group based on that nutcase. So I think there's a bit of that going on. The way you take those high notes is so funny. High notes. Yeah, I know, I do a little bit of like high squealing stuff. Can we seduce you into another hour of streaming? Yeah. I know, like, I'm probably more expressive than most schizoids. I'm not sure why that is. I know in high school I was more monotonous. So yeah, I'm not really sure. Like, maybe I do wonder if having been on antidepressants did change a few things in my brain, and so maybe certain things, and like, you know, it did help me with the energy, and so maybe I developed a few things then. I think also practicing on YouTube though, and like some of my early YouTube, which isn't online anymore, but I do remember some of it was kind of unhinged, and I did have more practice with just like sort of exploring how to talk and how to do stuff. You know, experimenting a bit more in an environment that felt safe to me, because I don't connect to the fact that real people are watching me. I'm trying harder because, like, you know, I do have more people in real life watching me, and I also have some of you guys as more, you know, like on Facebook and stuff. What are all these notifications coming in? Oh, it's just groups that I help run. I help run some groups on Facebook for finding band members, but that was mostly because I wanted to find band members for myself. It's not because I want to be in groups. It's because the admins were doing a shit job of weeding out stuff and a shit job of approving posts. And so I'm like, hey, do you need help adminning this? Because I'm chronically online. I will do a better job than you. And they accepted. Yeah, I mean, I can probably live stream for maybe another half hour, but it'll be me getting ready for bed, so I guess I can get ready for bed and you can tag along. But yeah, I gotta stop with the like in-depth talking and ranting, because I do need to get to bed, especially like, so considering it's almost 11:30. My family get up by around 6, and then I usually can't sleep. Like, I would sort of drift in and out and have very light, patchy sleep until everyone fucks off, usually around 10 o'clock. I think tomorrow Mikey might have sailing, so they might fuck off for a bit at 9, and so I can get an hour of sleep in then. Or you could stop streaming and do your stretches in peace. I don't know, like, it says that 4 people are watching and only 2 of you are giving me feedback on the question. Is there a way I can add a poll in here somewhere? No. Wait, what's that? Start a poll? Live stream stretches, yeah or nah? Does this work? Let me know if this works. Oh my god. Is that something I can do from the phone, or is it like only a desktop thing? I think it's only a desktop thing, because I can't write in the chat from here. Is anyone... Yes, 100%. Is there any way for me to... Oh, what? 4 votes, and you've all said yes? Alright. End poll. People have spoken. Alright. Well, come with me as I get ready for bed. I'll just be like... Yeah, no, I can do some of the, like, more dramatic acting. I was shit at drama, though, so I wouldn't put it down to that. Since when do you listen to my opinion? I listen to your opinion when it's supported by 3 other people, at least. Even more so if there was $10 million involved, but, you know, I've only agreed to a hug on that. Okay, so, things I've got to do. First of all, I've got to put away this plate because I don't want it to stink up my room in the morning. I'm also going to take some Dimetap for my hay fever. I'm just going to let Hopi know. Hopi, I'm just going to put away some stuff. I'm going to get some Dimetap. Okay? Yeah. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. I'll be back, okay? I'll be back. Oh, no, you don't have to come. You can stay. I'll be back. I just got to put this away. Yeah? Okay. Stay there. You're a good boy. He's not going to stay there. He's going to follow. Alright, guys. We're getting ready for fucking bed. But I don't have the tripod because that's a pain in the butt. So, I never gave you, like, the kitchen tour. Whatever, it's basically Skynet. If the kitchen was Skynet, this kitchen's it. I'm sitting for so long that my undies are stuck to my butt, which is uncomfortable. It's a bit less than a kid dose. What's ew? Don't worry, I'm not going to show you any of that stuff. I don't want to get banned from YouTube or whatever. I realized I didn't turn on ads for this stream, I reckon. Sucks to be the people on replay. Now, that tastes weird, so I've got to have some water as well. Has anyone seen ads while watching this? I'm curious to know how it works, because, like, they have this thing now. Focus on your live stream and let YouTube insert ads for you, which I haven't enabled for this stream. But I think once it processes, it'll probably start showing people ads. But I'm curious to know, like, while I'm live, does it pester you with that? I know some of you use ad blockers, though, so when it started. Okay. That's interesting to know. I wonder if I do, like, for example, a foot video, I would definitely turn on the thing and turn it on to, like, the most frequent ads humanly possible just to piss them off. There's some of my videos where, look, the light is working. There are some of my videos where, there is a bit where someone got this fucking candle still. There's a part where I can see those weirdos have been, rewinding bits, and so when I've gone to put the ads in, I put the ads like right in the middle
of the part that they all like watching, because I like to imagine them watching it going, oh yeah, baby, and then boom, ad, and they have to watch some bullshit right in the middle. I like being mean to those guys because they're weird and they're dishonest. The ones who are like upfront with me, you know, I respect them asking, but I'll say no. But if if they come along pretending that that's not what they're after and they're requesting something bullshit, like I have no respect for that. So I'm happy to mess with them, and they shouldn't be on YouTube looking for that stuff anyway. They should go to one of many websites that provide that kind of thing, OnlyFans or whatever. Anyway, you may have to watch me being gross, brushing my teeth. Oh wait, before that. Oh, good boy, Hope, you're still there. Good boy, I'll get to you. Actually, I will put on my shoes. Yeah, I'm gonna get ready, okay? You're a good boy. Hope he did come back. Anyway, I gotta blow my nose first. Oh, there's nothing in there? Okay. I'm just like trying to get some of that. Because I got so much hay fever, like sometimes around the edges on the inside can get a bit bloody. It looks okay today though. So, what I need, I have a choice. I'm gonna go with Nays next because it doesn't seem too bad today. This one's almost finished, I think. Sorry, didn't mean for that to be loud. And my ears are funny again. Alright, that's chasing away the hay fever. I never used to have hay fever. I only got hay fever after I moved out with my ex and then came back home. Change of air bullshit. Oh, where did I put my... That one's actually not too bad. It's better than the saline stuff. Now that is gross because it's supposed to go like up your nose and come out the other one. Anyway, I've got some pretty bad mouth ulcers. I need that. It's in a really awkward spot. Can you see it in there? Yeah, I mean it's black and white, so I don't know what you're seeing there, but it's pretty painful. Only when I was doing the scare acting. Otherwise I don't give a shit. And it annoys me that like, schizoid. No, like, because you know, I do the goth fashion sometimes, and if I dress up, that's actually my style. It's not a costume, but people mistake it for a costume on Halloween. So usually on Halloween I've worn white as a protest. I don't really understand why it would be a schizoid holiday. I think Dexter's perspective, if you watch that, was kind of interesting. It's the one day that people pretend to be monsters and he doesn't. Oh, okay. But yeah, so for me, I found that relatable because I do have that sort of dissociated, violent stuff. Wednesday night. Oh, okay. So it's sort of like the day that everyone dresses like you. No, I haven't. Oh shit. Oh shit, I'm on 5% battery. Hang on. Sorry. I might actually have to end the stream because I've got like no battery left. All of a sudden. Oh, okay. It's charging. Do I have an extension cable? I might have to leave it there because, like, yeah, I can't exactly like carry this around now that I'm charging. Okay, so like last thoughts. No, I don't like it when everyone's copying my style or acting spooky and like, you know, maybe I do have a bit of that Dexter vibe because no, I need to, and I need to get to bed and I need to do my routine. Leave you there on the charger. Doing what? Talking amongst yourselves? Is that a thing you want to do? Ugh. So you can listen, but like you're all the way in this other room. Unless you want to like listen to the sounds of my computer clicking away. I don't really got anything for ya. Should I do another like poll thingy? You're too far away to hear anything. How do I make another one? Start a poll. Leave the live stream on or nah. Alright, have your say, guys. Leave the live stream on or nah. There's 4 of you. We got a nah. 3 vote. Oh. Waiting for 1 more vote. What's keep what forever? Only 3 votes? Oh no, now there's only 3 of you. Wait, what? Making up your mind? So, like, only 1 of you wants me to keep the live stream going. Right? Unless you've, like, misinterpreted stuff. So I'm going to end the live stream then. Let me end the poll first. Huh? Oh! Okay, let me restart the poll, okay? Because I can see how you've maybe misunderstood that. Let me start again. Start a poll. End the live. Okay, no. Keep live streaming on the charger. For no good reason. Start poll. Okay. Do this one. Keep live streaming on the charger. Are you guys? You guys are nuts. You guys are absolutely insane. Okay, fine. I'll leave it on the charger. Maybe what will be fun... What can I get you to... I guess you can just watch me going in and out of the bathroom, but I am going to have to go into other rooms as I do stuff, because I don't think you're going to get enough charge to watch me do my stretching. 7%. I'll just turn the brightness on my end, like, right down, which might give it a bit more chance to get more charge, but... Hang on, let me put you down. I'm sorry. You'll at least see me coming in and out, but you're not gonna, like... see very much. I'll turn this on as well. Alright, you guys can hang around, and... I'll just have to, like, change the angle when I change in my pajamas, but I gotta do all my stretches first. It's gonna take me... maybe... could take me 20 minutes. I don't know. Are you gonna stick around for that? Sucks to be anyone who turns up randomly and sees nothing happening, though. Oh my god. You're crazy.
Fake candles, hey. Alright, Hope, do you need to go pee? Let's go.
Not going on in this room. I'm sorry, the bed's a mess. Come here, come here, come here. Good boy. Good boy. Alright. Good boy. Jump. Good boy. Good boy. Well done. Yes. You are such a good boy. Yeah. You are. I know. Good boy. Then I hope you. Go. Yeah. Alright, how are you guys going? You're still here! Are you crazy? What did I miss? Oh god, she's horrible, Paltrow. Hopi coverage? Oh my goodness. Alright, well, I'm not done yet. We don't need the candles. Where did I keep them? Where did I even originally get them from? I'll just keep them here. I do need to change though, so you're gonna have to look at the ceiling for a bit. Focus on the candle. This way, maybe. Oopsie daisy. No, I'm just destroying everything again. Yep. Yeah. Oh no, that's making it. That's making the brightness go up too much, which is no good for charging. Alright, never mind. Just look at me ceiling. I also need a pee. chilling in that casket. Empathize with the voting machine. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. I think I can talk to you from here and it should be alright. Which reminds me about that video I didn't upload, where I was dissociating and didn't realize it was filming. That might be a Patreon thing eventually. I have to watch it again and make sure it's okay. But no, so while I was doing my stretches, there was a moment where I was able to just forget that I was live stream. I forgot about you guys. Yeah, but so I was thinking about stuff again, and in particular how I want to handle Christmas, because like I just don't feel like buying everyone presents like I usually do, like mainly mum and dad. I've never bought Mikey. After all we've been through. Yeah, I forgot about you guys. No, I've never bought gifts for Mikey. I think I did like a couple times, but he doesn't have the mental capacity to realize that I bought it. I went through effort to find him something. No, I don't think everyone's schizoid. But yeah, so I didn't buy. I very quickly decided it's not worth buying him anything because he doesn't appreciate my effort, right? But I have bought my parents and like my brother stuff, my other brother stuff. And I've become very good at being a gift ninja. What brought me around to buying gifts is like the hunt. I did, especially like, when I went to Japan, and that was like what helped me through the last depression is like, well, first of all, getting away from Australia, getting away from Centrelink, change of scenery. Well, give me $10 million and you'll find out. But yeah, so yeah, I think that's like the first time retail therapy really helped me. But yeah, no, so I think one of the things that helped though is like I had a particular sort of thing I was looking for on that shopping trip. I was looking for band clothes. This is before punk rave. Yeah, I was looking for band clothes, and Harajuku had a few other things on my list, and so I was on a hunt. And I think that sort of like helped me with the whole retail therapy thing and like the idea of buying gifts for people and the art of buying someone a good gift and knowing that you did a good hunt and then, getting that confirmation. I don't always need confirmation that someone likes something though. I feel a bit awkward if people open things around me. Dad insists on opening presents in front of me, whereas mum will just open them and then she'll be pleasantly surprised because she does this thing where she pretends she doesn't want gifts, but she's Japanese, of course she wants gifts. Yeah, and then she'll give me her reaction later. Oh, I haven't been diagnosed, kind of sort of relate to some of the schizoid stuff. Yeah, see, I don't actually think Scribe, Chronicler, and Paper Vampire, I don't think you guys are schizoid. I know like Scribe, yeah, there's definitely some things that I can imagine you relating to, but I don't actually think you're a schizoid. I don't know I don't know you well enough, but you don't strike me as like full-on schizoid, but I could be wrong. So I just feel like, there might be something else there. So yeah, don't buy too heavily into it, but that's just my impression. So anyway, presents. Yeah, I've gotten really good, and like one of the things I do is like I'll pay attention throughout the year to things that people like, express an interest in. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like I'm not a psychologist and I don't know you like in any detail. So just like from the internet, to me, I feel like maybe not. Yeah, but again, not a psychologist, and you kind of have to sit down with a person for a long enough time and really get to know them to figure out this kind of stuff. So yeah, but that's my impressions. Yeah, no, the art of buying a good gift. I will spend a year sort of taking mental notes of things people have expressed an interest in, things that I know about them, and sometimes I'll get an inspiration, or sometimes, oh yeah, you're definitely weird.
We're all weird here. I don't think there's any dispute about that. Who's the weirdest? Potentially Mad Simple. Yeah, no. So I pay attention to that kind of stuff. And like you have to know someone well enough to be able to buy a good to be able to buy a good gift. No one believes you. Yeah, and so like, you know, there's an art to it, there's a hunt to it, and I'm showing, like, I'm not good at showing affection. I have to dissociate, I think, to show affection, which is, you know, I'm still open to the idea of a relationship because I'm that desperate that I want to get out of here. And so if the right person came along to whisk me away with their $10 million, yeah, I would seriously consider it. But, you know, I think to show the affection, you know, previously I was in a sort of dissociated state, and this way of sitting is no good, so let me rearrange some back and pillows. That's better. Oh. Just stretch that out a bit. Okay, but yeah, so like it takes effort to buy someone a good gift instead of a shit gift. And most people get me shit gifts. No, people don't really know me well enough. Monthly installments instead of a lump sum. How long is that going to take you? You can do lay-by, which means you don't get it until you've paid up everything. Is that acceptable? But yeah, no, so what I'm trying to say is like to buy a good gift. We're all gonna be dead. No, like instead of dissociating, and I don't even know if it's like, I think it's probably more about me and the hunt, but you do have to know someone well enough. And so I guess subconsciously it's a bit like a way of showing I know you, I care in a sort of more physical way, with things rather than affection. And yeah, I think gift giving is easier for me than being all like, oh no, affectionate, lovey-dovey, whatever. And so that's been one of the ways for me to cope with interpersonal stuff, is to just be really good at buying people gifts. Because it causes a reaction, causes an emotional reaction with them, in them, but I didn't actually have to be emotional to elicit that reaction. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, so, but you know, you do have to show that you know someone, and I think that's where some of the value of the gift, it's not necessarily just that the gift is good, it's that, oh my gosh, you know me well enough that you were able to buy me something good. So there's that. And with my parents though, like this year, I've had a really rough year, and also like, you know, the shit with dad and therapy, and then also my parents organizing another trip away after they said they wouldn't do it. They didn't do anything for my birthday, they just sent me money, which is very easy, and very low effort, and it doesn't show that they know me at all, and I don't need money. I like, you know, in this, living in this situation, I'm able to save enough for like the things I need to spend money. I just bought a fucking easel. Like, yes, it was on sale. I saved $600, but I still spent a few hundred on that. You know, I don't need money. So it's a very lazy way to give me a gift. And yeah, didn't do anything special. I mean, they were away for my birthday, but then they didn't do... We did more in live streams for my birthday than my parents have put any effort into. And then, so yeah, by the time Father's Day came around, and then subsequently my dad's birthday, I found it hard to buy the gifts, but I did it anyway because I'm not a drama person, and I did buy mum gifts earlier in the year, so I'm trying to be fair in that way. But for the Christmas, I'm considering just not giving them gifts. I might still buy gifts for my brother and his girlfriend. His girlfriend is actually really, like, I can talk to her. Maybe it's because I know some of the shit that they've, you know, early on in the relationship, things were a bit rocky, and so, like, you know, I kind of helped out there, and so I think maybe that's why she feels comfortable with me. Also, like, because I'm not a drama person, a lot of people say that I'm easy to talk to, and maybe it's just because I don't have that normal person drama, like I don't have any agenda, I'm kind of just there, and I'm like, oh, okay. I may not understand everything, but like I'm not going to judge them necessarily. Mostly. I mean, it really depends on the person, but for the most part, like, I'm not out to cause drama. I don't know. I think that's what it is. I don't know know what it is. People like me at random and I don't understand it. Probably because I don't like other people. So like, how would I know what about me is likable? But yeah, like I might still buy them gifts, but I'm feeling like with my parents, I'm just sort of like, I don't know if I can go through that process of finding them a good gift. Is it though? Because like once I get started, I can keep going. But I do know how to have a conversation and like, not dominate the conversation like that. Just like if someone lets me ramble, I will, which is probably how YouTube happens. And I think also because YouTube I use to sort of practice socializing, but often it is monologue style. And so I kind of did realize that I'm better at monologuing sometimes than I am at like more of a real conversation about topics. But then if people don't bring up things that I know how to talk about, then of course I can't have a fucking conversation. I don't know, I'm reading too much into it. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm sort of like, I don't know if I can go through the energy of trying to lots of people love to ramble. Well, yeah, like that is one of the things about if you want to make friends, ask the other person about themselves because people like to talk about themselves. That's a real thing. So for anyone out there who's having trouble making friends, just ask them about themselves. But yeah, no, so that whole thing, that whole process, and then like I don't really feel like giving to my parents. So that was one of the things I was thinking while I forgot about you all. And also I was also thinking about like, okay, but do I need to set an expectation that I'm not going to do Christmas this year? Because usually what will happen is they'll do presents. Mostly it's for Mikey, and mostly it's for Mikey to unwrap stuff, and they'll usually buy me some either stuff that I already know about or just like undies and socks or something stupid like that. Yeah, sort of just like filler stuff. And then once all those presents are done, I'll bring out my presents, which I've hidden away somewhere, and they don't know how I do it because I'm a gift ninja. I know how to hide gifts. I know how to go shopping when they don't know. They're like, you never leave the house. How did you get all this stuff? Magic. Because I'm a gift ninja. But yeah, I was sort of thinking, do I need to set up an expectation that that's not going to happen this year? And so then I was thinking, like, how would I manage that? And then I was thinking about Festivus, and Festivus it's before Christmas, it has the airing of grievances, and I was like, I could write them a letter, but like, when I was younger, maybe as a teenager or early 20s, I did write a letter, talking about what at the time I thought was like the male dominated aspect of our family, which I realized was my poor understanding of the lack of emotional intelligence in the family, which, yes, is more of a male thing, but it wasn't like the male part that was the issue. It was the emotional vibes. Anyway, like I did write something like that a long time ago. I think I've mentioned Dad saw it first, and he like ripped up the thing before Mum could see it and tossed it out, and was really angry at me and was like, don't let your mum see that. So like, my concerns in that were never addressed. I don't remember what I wrote apart from the maleness thing. But yeah, and I just sort of thought like I could write them some kind of like airing of grievance, which would also be my feat of strength, because to give that to them knowing that I'm going to get backlash. But I don't know, I'm also kind of like, that would cause drama anyway, and I don't need drama. So I probably won't do it. That's just like what I was thinking about while I forgot about you while I was doing my stretches in the other room. It's the sort of stuff that I wish I could do. And it also led me to thinking about, like on some TV shows, you'll see the family do like a group meeting or like a house meeting or something. And I remember as a kid wanting that, because I think I wanted a safe space to talk about my shit, and we never did it. Like, one of the things about our family is we have dinner together, and so to an outsider, it looks really healthy, but no one's really talking. They watch the news. And I don't know if they've always watched the news with us kids around, but I know I got in trouble for trying to read at the dinner table and stuff like that. But yeah, no, it looks like we're together, but we weren't really connecting in that way that, is the whole point of eating together. It was just like we're physically together, not really emotionally. But yeah, no, so it made me think about that, how I wish, I did want that kind of let's have a group meeting, maybe like once a week. You know, people can say what's on their mind. I don't know if I've ever raised that as a thing. Can we do it? I might have. It would have been when I was really young, though. But yeah, just sort of thinking about that kind of stuff. Now, in terms of what actually will happen for Christmas, is probably I don't know how I'm going to handle the gift giving expectations. I don't even know if they know how depressed I've been, and but you know, like okay, now I remember the it sort of got to my thought process got to the point of like, how about my gift to them is just the fact that I'm staying alive? Because as far as I know, they don't want me to die, so I'll just be like, Merry Christmas, I'm still alive. Because I assume that's what you want. That's probably all I've got this year, because I have been doing that badly when it hits, and like lately it has really hit quite hard. And this year has been particularly difficult because it did start with too many people in the house and not being appreciated. And birthdays actually used to be really horrible, because that's, you know, like birthdays are hyped up in our culture as a thing to celebrate, and you're supposed to be happy on your birthday. But then my parents would, you know, when they tried to buy me stuff, it was wrong stuff, and they didn't understand why I was upset. And so I had to learn that I had to ask for very specific things. And so birthdays became sort of like a day that I can get stuff, especially when I was young and I didn't have money. So that's when I would ask for like a new Game Boy game or something. Christmas as well. I would have to make very specific requests because my parents are fucking clueless about what I actually liked. You know, trying to buy me Lord of the Rings books. Lord of the Rings is what Dad likes, it's not what I like. So he was buying what he would like. He wasn't considering me. Whereas when I buy gifts, I actually think about the person I'm buying for them and what would they actually like, even if I don't give a shit. Yeah, material thing, yeah. So, but I did, maybe that was on antidepressants as well. In the music scene, I did have some better birthdays, and maybe that's because I was around healthier people. So that's where I can see some potential for me to recover from at least some aspects of the schizoid stuff. I think there are some attitudes for me that are so ingrained, I'm probably never going to get over them, but I can see wiggle room. Some of it might have been when I was on antidepressants, and some of them made me kind of crazy. I used to mostly play Pokemon. And I realize also probably the reason I played Pokemon and Digimon is because I was starved of that sort of social connection. And I think early on, I didn't get dog. We did have guinea pigs in. When did we get them? Maybe year 6. And then dogs, end of year 7. So when Pokemon first came out, I didn't even have a dog to like focus my affections on or to see as a companion. And so I think that's why I was into things like Pokemon and Digimon, because you have this sort of sentient-ish creature that is just attached to you. It's all loyal to you and that kind of stuff. I think that's part of why I was into Pokemon, like not consciously, but maybe subconsciously. Hey! Yeah, this has been a long stream. I'm actually gonna like, what time is it? It's midnight. I'm in my pajamas. I'm ready for bed. But yeah, just having a last rant. Uh, where was I going with that? Birthdays, yeah. No, I did have some better birthdays in the music scene, but it may have been. We did an extra hour. Well done, guys. Although a lot of that was with me, not on the screen. Yeah. No. Yeah, I had some better birthdays in the music scene. Maybe partly the people I was around, partly the situation, partly the adrenaline of having been on stage. If like there was some where I had done performances. Yeah. I mean, technically it's morning here because it's past midnight. Yeah. Yeah, I was also on antidepressants at the time, so I think there were a lot of things that helped make those better birthdays for me. Did we do the like live stream where I was using Google Translate and trying to rest my voice because I was kind of sick? I think we had a better birthday on YouTube for me than what I had. at home. Although I still need to show you all the birthday stuff I did get because, you know, other people, you know, some family members did pay for stuff, whereas my parents just gave me money without knowing what I would spend it on. So there's a bit of a distinction there. You know, people are asking like, what can we get you kind of thing, whereas my parents are just, here's some money, go and get whatever. There's a slightly different attitude to that. Yeah, no, was there something I was still talking about? Oh, so going back to the Christmas thing. So yeah, Merry Christmas, I'm still alive. That's, might be all I have energy for, especially because they don't appreciate just how badly I'm doing. They don't even realize I'm doing this badly. They just know that some days I'm subdued and I don't really want to talk, and I must look down, you know, just not having energy and not being chatty, and they kind of just like leave me alone mostly. Instead of comforting me, like the best I can get is they just leave me alone, stay out of my hair. Could come across as very cynical. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do it that way. Like I can say that on camera to YouTube because I'm comfortable with YouTube, but with my parents, I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle it. Mainly with the expectation because they'll expect that I might have bought something. And then if they see me give gifts to my brother and his girlfriend, you know, they might react badly to that as well, especially mum, because like she's very much in the gift culture, and so it would be a big snub for me to not buy her something. So maybe I'll just get them something small and just, I don't fucking know, just not put the same effort in this year. I'll just get them chocolate or something. I really don't know what I'm gonna do. Say it with a balloon. The fucking gender reveal stuff, we had some of that going on around here, and there's like still confetti around. I don't understand why people insist on those things. Yeah. Anyway, at least it's not glitter. I heard the EU is trying to ban glitter. Yeah, no, Christmas. So, what will probably happen is like we'll do the whole gift giving thing. I don't know how I'm gonna handle the expectations at this point. We'll go to the family shindig. Oh, they already banned it? But yeah, we'll go to the family shindig, and then depending on how things go, so my godmother will be there and she lives pretty close to me, so I might come home with her rather than come home with my parents. One thing I'm concerned about is if family members ask me the wrong questions. I've been finding it harder and harder to maintain my composure at family events. I was sick for the last one, but the one before that, I did talk to one of my cousins and she asked me how I was doing, and I got into some of the glass child shit and, you know, things about, you know, my parents lacking emotional intelligence because of plastic. They don't like the plastic in it. And also glitter just gets everywhere. It's annoying. It's worse than sand, you know. It's like sand but gay. But yeah, no, it's the microplastics thing. You know, it gets everywhere. Anakin complaining about glitter for like a gay version of Star Wars would be a thing. Or like that edit that the fan did where Anakin and Obi-Wan are fighting over pizza, but their lightsabers are like changing color glow stick things. So, burning in the 90s, banana, and it gets more and more distorted as the video goes on. That was fucking brilliant. But yeah, no, so yeah, well, there was one shindig where I was talking to my cousin, and I mentioned like, you know, the lack of emotional intelligence, and you know, there's a bit of talk about like whether there are more people in my family who could be on the spectrum because they're just so bad at some of this stuff. But I don't know anyone else in my family who has ended up as screwed up as me, so I don't know about the rest of the family. I think it's more just like my parents, low emotional intelligence plus the disabled kid situation and a few other quirks of my situation, being female, being the oldest, blah 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 blah. But yeah, you know, like it's sort of a conservative Catholic family with like, you know, the sort of boomer parents who were never really that great at emotional shit anyway. You know, give or take. I'm generalizing. I'm always generalizing with those kinds of comments. So, yeah, no. So we did talk about some of that difficult stuff. There was a previous, I think last year,
I don't remember what Christmas. I don't really remember if I had any breakdowns at Christmas. Oh, because we shared with a different family who I didn't know, so I wasn't going to cause a scene there. But there was like an earlier thing last year where I think it was Easter, and I think it ended up being at our place. And I was really doing badly because I think I was only just coming to terms with a lot of the glass child stuff. And I happened to like, I emerged and I happened to look at like one of my uncles and I just started crying, which is a really bad look. Now that I'm not in denial and I don't have that as a defense, I started doing that more like, and it's been a progressive thing is like, when I got really badly depressed, the long depression, I started just crying randomly, especially since then, like increasingly in front of medical or psych professionals, sometimes, and then like Centrelink, pretty much always end up in tears with them because they're such dicks. And like, I just sort of get overwhelmed and like, yeah, I've gotten to this weird point where I'll just start crying and I don't see it coming. I can't predict, like it'll just happen. I'll suddenly have this emotion and I'm like, where did you come from? So yeah, and then like the fact that it's happening in front of extended family members now, that is like a bit of a what the fuck. Because I used to not show any kind of emotion like that. So I don't know if that's like progress in terms of like schizoid emptiness and now I'm starting to experience more intense emotions, or if it's a sign of worsening depression that I'm getting so miserable that when the depression is triggered, I have a full-on breakdown. I don't know why that's happening, why that suddenly got... I'm getting really cold because I've been sitting here too long. Yeah, so like that stuff's happening increasingly, and so this family gathering, I don't know if someone asks me the wrong question, I may like get like that and I might spill a lot of the stuff that has been going on in my head, and I may not want to come home with my parents, so I might go home with my godmother. And I don't know if... I'm pretty sure they're going. I don't know how long they plan to stay. So like maybe if they leave early, I might want to leave early. Or if they stay later, I might stay later. And then I've got some other relatives who live close to me as well who could potentially drive me home depending on how it goes. But that's sort of like things that I was thinking about. Anyway, I really need to get to bed. You guys are so fucking weird. I do need to make some notes for my psychologist though, so do you want some like keyboard tapping noises? And then like when I actually turn off the light... Oh, but I need to see what's going on the YouTube. I don't know. If I can have some tapping noises. I don't know if I can turn this around if you actually see it with the... Sleep streams? I'm not fucking doing that. I stop now. I just don't want you to see my psych notes though, so... because I can't remember what I've already written in them. Running in the 90s, I'm just running in the 90s. I'm clearly delirious at this point. Okay, where did I get up to?
I'm writing about you guys now. Oddly dedicated viewers. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head. Running in the 90s. I blame you. Only bands 10 million. I've been talking too long. I can feel it in my voice box. Especially I'm tired. Okay, what emotions have I felt? I'm gonna add confused. Okay, and that's basically today. Well, just sort of looking at like some last YouTube stuff. People are so weird, and only one person has unsubscribed from me doing all this crazy shit. Oh my goodness. At least there's no new comments. I've stopped responding to all comments and just sort of started ignoring a bunch. Alright, so I think that's it. This is your last chance to throw some kind of curveball nonsense, but it's 1:45 and I really should just curl up in bed. No. I looked at the laser eye thing and chickened out. Do I look cold? Do I have goosebumps? I fucking do. I'm tiny. Like, you know, after doing my exercises, I was warm, but now I'm cold. It's cold in Sydney. Let me look up Sydney's forecast. In Sydney, it's currently 14 degrees. I think it's usually a couple degrees cooler where I live than, like, the actual Sydney forecast. Oh, tomorrow's going to be warmer, though. Maximum of 26. Monday's going to be 33. So, a lot warmer. The
fucking weather is crazy. Then 26, 22, 23, 25, 27, it's sort of all over the place, but it's a bit more stable than it's been. The past few days have been more like tops of 19, which for an Aussie, a Sydney person, in this season, it's just like, come on, mate, what you doing? Yeah. Alright, fucking, yeah, fucking, what do you reckon? Con. No, I'm gonna go. You weirdos. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, no, that was one more thought. Tomorrow, Sunday, is cleaning day. I know my parents are going to be out. Now, I'm not going to live stream me having a shower. And I've got to take Hope for a walk. But potentially, if you guys are into this weird shit, maybe we can do some cleaning together. That'll probably be maybe in roughly 12 hours from now. So probably you guys will be asleep and start you Sunday. I mean, like, cleaning day. I'll probably have wet hair. Unless I've been for a walk and it's already dried. But yeah, I don't know. Probably you guys will be asleep and it'll be a different lot of randoms who may be a little bit less impressed by me cleaning, but maybe you guys will catch it on the replay. So I might do that. Maybe I will live stream some cleaning. Because why the fuck not? And I know my parents won't be around for a few hours. We won't be able to go on for 5 hours like this. Because they're not always reliably away on a Sunday, so I might do that. But we'll see. It depends on what kind of mood I wake up in. Fuck knows, it depends on how early they get up and whether I get enough sleep. I'm gonna go now. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. Bye. Wait, no, where's the X button? There it is. Bye-bye. See you whenever.